What up, everybody? Good morning and happy Tuesday, January 6th. DK Show coming to you from the TDS Sports Talk studios. Appreciate you tuning in wherever, however you're tuning in. If it's on those radio dials, 105.1 FM, 790 AM, online, where you can stream it up at sportstalk1051.com. You can download the Wisco Sports App, take it on the go. You've got the video stream up and rolling on YouTube as well. Your Alexa devices, multiple different ways for you to be tuning in here this morning. Before we get into it, if you haven't been out, if you haven't looked, it's slippery out there, and there is a massive list of school closures this morning. So if you got a youngster, if you got a kiddo that's in school, make sure you check out the latest school closings and delays up at our website, the WEAU 13 News First Alert School Closings that are brought to you by Hovland's and ServiceMaster. It is a very, very, very big list. So go see if your school is on there. I mean, they even got the tech. Juba Valley Technical College is going virtual. It looks like, or actually closed today. Yeah, administrative closure and classes canceled. So, yeah, how about that? So, but I don't want to say chances are your school is closed. There's a couple delays on there too, but you might want to stay tuned to that in case that does change. But if you haven't been out on the roads yet, it's pretty slick, especially the driveways, okay? Just leaving my house this morning and getting into the studios here, the driveways and such, very, very, very slick. So please be careful out there. What do we have on our game plan, though? We'll keep you company here for the next few hours if you're staying home or you just can't do anything, can't go anywhere. What do we have on our game plan for us this morning? We'll continue talking some Packers-Bears as we get set for this playoff matchup on Tuesday. So we're kind of, highlighting a key to victory for the Packers every day here. Yesterday we talked about red zone offense, scoring touchdowns instead of getting field goals, how incredibly important that is for the Packers going up against a team like the Chicago Bears. We've seen it in the two matchups. We just saw it against, Detroit and Chicago. Detroit did get the victory, but allowing Chicago to kind of hang around, stick around, and they ended up tying it and such. Detroit, it seemed like they were pretty much dominating that game at not getting the touchdowns. Almost came back to bite them. So that was our big key to victory yesterday. We'll hit up another key to victory today. Also, we'll continue our countdown for the most memorable Packers, Bears, whether it's been a postseason, this is only like the third time, so late season matchups that might have had an impact on whether the teams, made the postseason or not and such. So we'll continue that countdown. A little fun here this morning. I also want to get your brains kind of thinking here this morning too. So go back to obviously 2010, that playoff run where the Packers, beat Chicago in the final game and ended up facing Chicago in the NFC Championship game. There was one player. There was quite a few players. There was like the Tramon Williams. Okay, there was he had that great run. Aaron Rodgers obviously was fantastic too. But James Starks was a dude in that postseason as well. I mean that Philadelphia game, really rushing over 100 yards. Was solid throughout the rest of that postseason run. So if you remember how that season went, it started off because they didn't have James. I think James Starks made his debut, I think in December, was it? Against the 49ers in that game. He was a draft pick, but recovering from injury and such, and Green Bay kind of struggling a little bit to really establish the run and such, and then James Starks comes in and gives them a nice little boost in that, kind of out of nowhere, really. So I want to ask you, who do you think kind of a little prediction here, kind of just a fun one. But who is going to be, or who do you think has to be that James Starks this year for Green Bay? If Green Bay was to go on a little bit of a run again, who has to be that James Starks? It doesn't necessarily have to be an offensive player. It could be a defensive player. But we're talking about like that player that may come out of nowhere. It's not Jordan Love. You can't pick him. You can't pick, your star players. Like I wouldn't say Christian Watson or anybody like that. But who's got to be like that James Starks? It can't be Josh Jacobs, but that player that, you know what? If he gets going, or maybe he could surprise a lot of people and such, maybe it's so-and-so. Again, it could be offense, it could be defense. Just a little fun kind of prediction question out there. So if you're not driving, you can hit us up with a text on that Shoe Doctors bullpen line, 715-830-1912, or hit us up on the YouTube video stream. Also, speaking of green and gold, so Adam Schefter yesterday was on the Pat McAfee show and was asked about the status of Matt LaFleur. Obviously, yesterday a lot of coaches a few coaches getting let go. Gannon from the Cardinals, the latest one. So I believe the number's around 6. Pete Carroll's gone. Jonathan Gannon's gone. We already knew the Giants was open. The Titans were open. The Browns are open. So there's obviously we've talked on it. We've touched on it. You've read about it. You heard about it. Is Matt LaFleur if the Packers have a short run, if they're one and done, are they out? And so, anyways, Adam Schefter was asked about it, and he made an interesting kind of comment or note, and kind of alluded to, it's maybe more so about money. Like he in his thoughts and such is that Green Bay wants to keep Matt LaFleur, wants to keep Goody and such, but it may come down to money. And it kind of sparked a conversation amongst others, especially on social media with other Packers fans and other people out there. And are the Packers kind of notorious in being, I guess, for lack of a better phrase or word, cheap when it comes to their coaching staff? And you can kind of go back. I think the big one was when Matt LaFleur was first hired and he was putting his staff together. I think it was Darren Rizzi, the special teams coordinator, who is one of the better ones out there. Like Green Bay wanted to bring him in. They interviewed him. He came in, but ultimately LaFleur didn't get, this was the rumor and this was the reports out there, didn't get the permission to offer him the amount of money that Rizzi wanted. So he ended up taking a job elsewhere. But now we've seen in the last few years, a couple of years ago, they bring in Rich Bisaccia, make him the highest paid special teams coordinator and such. And we can debate on that, whether it was worth it or not. But then it kind of got my mind going here a little bit too. It's like, okay, if this is something that Green Bay is, because we talk about how Green Bay kind of sort of used to be with their players, in terms of money and spending and not overspending and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And obviously when it comes to players, you have to deal with a salary cap. But it got me thinking, okay, if Green Bay is Green Bay really kind of notorious, and that might be too strong of a word, but are they very cautious? Are they cheap when it comes to paying their coaches? And then it kind of is like, okay, is that the reason why Green Bay has over the years really kind of promoted from within instead of maybe getting other coaches to come in? Is that maybe why Mike McCarthy was always, we always label them as very loyal to their assistants? Well, is it because they couldn't go out and get other coaches because, from up in at the top in the corner office, they're saying, we can't pay it. We're not paying that. Or we're being financially conscious and all that. And is that the same going on here? Is that what is kind of up here with LaFleur? I don't know. But if that's the case, how much does that change your kind of perception, your perspective a little bit? Because let's not kid ourselves. Over the years, it's not just LaFleur. It's been, Mike McCarthy era in that. If a lot of it was because the head coach wasn't able to pay his assistants. We talk about this in college football a lot, right? I mean, that was a big thing. Go back to Brett Bielema with the Badgers and that. But if Green Bay truly is kind of handcuffing the head coach in pay, and then in this case maybe kind of like playing hardball with the head coach with pay, does that kind of change your perception of theirs? Because let's face it, we've pointed the finger at the head coach for being too loyal to their assistants, for promoting from within and not bringing outsiders in. But what if that's all they were allowed to do? How much does that kind of change your thought process? It got me thinking a little bit yesterday. I was seeing some of the stuff, because then you got people out there, throwing out, well, go back to the Mike Holmgren one, right? He leaves after a couple years of going back Super Bowls and such. And I don't know if I don't think fully money was the main one there. He wanted the GM title as well, which obviously Ron Wolf was still there. The big head scratcher is, though, that Ron Wolf ended up leaving a couple years later. So it's like, yeah. But nonetheless, I don't know. It got me thinking. It got me thinking a little bit. So we'll hit that up and chat a little bit about that too. Hey, we got a little bit of Brewers chat here. Nothing really when it comes to the players and such, but the Brewers releasing their coaching staff yesterday, and former Milwaukee Brewer, I would call him a little bit of a fan favorite as well, but Daniel Vogelbach back with the Brewers as one of the hitting coaches. So you look at the coaching staff, the Brewers laid it out. I mean, Pat Murphy is your manager. They have, and other guys have kind of shuffled around. So Jason Lane now is the offense and strategy coordinator. Jim Henderson is pitching coordinator. Chris Hook is the main pitching coach. But they got 3 hitting coaches now. Eric Thiessen is the lead hitting coach. Martinez and Vogelbach are the other hitting coaches. Spencer Allen is now first base coach. Matt Erickson, third base coach, and such. So, again, there's no bench coach. There's no assistant or associate manager. Brewers kind of going a little bit of an opposite approach to what a lot of teams do. So the question is, and it's the question I've always kind of thrown out there, is like, okay, odds are Pat Murphy probably won't manage every single game from beginning to end. Odds are he's probably going to get ejected at some point. So who's the guy that kind of fills in for him, right? That's what I kind of want to know. And you read Matt Arnold's comments, and it kind of seems like it's Jim Henderson. Because if you go to Brewers.com, it says here, notably, the Brewers will be the rare team without a bench coach in 2026 after associate manager Ricky Weeks was shifted back to the front office. Those duties will be spread to other coaches, including Henderson. Quote, Hookie is obviously the lead pitching coach and has done a wonderful job for us for so many years and has been a rock in our franchise. Jim Henderson and Hook had partnered forever, and for Jim, this is a chance to continue to grow and be more involved with game preparation with Murph on a day-to-day basis. That's a big part of this, to continue to expand where Henderson can help, not just with the pitching, but in decision-making with Murph. The two of them working together in concert is something we are extremely excited about. So I look at that as, all right, maybe Jim Henderson then is the de facto bench coach. Because, again, odds are that Murphy is going to manage all 162 games from the first inning to the ninth inning is probably not going to happen. So you need that, all right, guy gets booted for arguing. Who's the next man up? I feel like it's going to be Jim Henderson based off those comments from general manager Matt Arnold. So we'll hit that up a little bit. We've got Badger Talk. Good day to bring in Mr. RJ Cardinal, not only because we've got hoops, Badgers back in action tonight taking on UCLA, but latest with transfer portal and Badger football, including a new quarterback. Got Colton Joseph. He's an Old Dominion transfer. So he's a dual threat quarterback. Seems like there's some excitement surrounding him, but maybe some Badgers fans are also kind of apprehensive and be like, okay, been down this road before, been excited about a transfer quarterback before. Why should this one be any different? You know, we're going to hold our breaths a little bit, but we'll talk to RJ about that and get his thoughts on the new quarterback coming over to Wisconsin. But look at what he did at Old Dominion and such. I mean, he put up impressive, ran over for over 1,000 yards as well. So, I mean, numbers look good, but I'm sure there's going to be some people like, well, that was with Old Dominion. So, was the Sun Belt Offensive Player of the Year? But we'll get RJ's thoughts on that. It is Tuesday, which means it is a Grind My Gears Tuesday. So what is grinding your gears? Again, if you're not driving, you can hit us up with a text on that Shoe Doctor's bullpen line or on the YouTube video stream. It is also the Hy-Vee Game Changer of the week. So in the past week or so, who or what is your game changer? It can be a play, can be a player that changed the outcome of a game or changed the game. So send us your picks throughout the morning here. So that's your game plan. Let's pitter-patter. Let's get at her, shall we? We'll take our first break and get the leadoff going here this morning. We'll open up talking some more Packers-Bears as we get sets for this playoff matchup in just a few days here. So take our first break. Stick around. Hang back if you're stuck at home today because you don't want to go out on the roads. I don't blame you. We'll keep you company here for the next few hours. All right, so we'll take our first break and be back here in just a couple minutes with the leadoff. Again, if you're just joining us, maybe you're just waking up and such, and you've got some youngsters out there, you might want to see if they've got school or not, because there are a ton of closures. So head to our website, sportstalk1051.com. Click on the WEAU 13 News First Alert School Closings, brought to you by Hovland's and ServiceMaster. And if you do have to head out on the roads this morning, take some extra time. Leave her early, because she's a bit slippery. If you haven't stepped outside yet, it's going to be really slippery on your deck, on your driveway, and you got to take the dog out to do their business too. It might be a little bit of a struggle for the pup too, just saying. So, all right, let's lead off things here this morning as we get set for this playoff matchup between Packers-Bears. We're doing a little bit of a countdown to, in my opinion, the biggest keys to victory for the Packers heading into this playoff matchup on Saturday night. So yesterday, we hit up on one key to victory, which I put out there is Packers have to make sure they come away with touchdowns and not settling for field goals all the time, especially when they get into the red zone. That's something that Green Bay, you look at their games against the Bears this year, even you just look at that Lions and Bears game this past weekend. Lions did come away with a victory, but Lions had opportunities to kind of blow that game out the window, but with that Bears defense, a bend don't break, they're able to hold them out of the end zone. And I think Green Bay, if they can have success in the red zone with getting touchdowns instead of field goals, it's going to go a long ways for that team to come away with a victory. So that was the first one we hit up. Today, I think another probably obvious one for Green Bay is the run defense. Regardless of what happened against Minnesota and such, it's still fresh in our mind of what happens in that Baltimore game. Okay, Derrick Henry, what Baltimore was able to do against Green Bay's defense and just running the football, it is still clearly fresh in the mind of every Packers fan, and it should be. It absolutely should be. And you look at this Bears team, they are third best. They finished the regular season as the third best running team in all of football. The only two teams above them, Buffalo and Baltimore. Now, for what it's worth, when you look at these two games between the Packers and the Bears from the regular season, if we kind of look at it, Green Bay in their first game held Chicago to 32 carries for 138 yards. Swift had 63. Nange had 57. Caleb Williams had 15. So, but kind of break it down a little bit more. Swift, 13 carries for a 63, averaged about 4.8 yards per carry. So overall, Chicago was still able to put up 138 yards on the ground. Then in game two, kind of similar, but overall, still Chicago, team-wise, ran the ball for 150 yards. Green Bay actually in this game, 192 yards, but that was on 44 carries. So Chicago, team average, 5.8 yards per carry. They do a good job of breaking it up between DeAndre and Kyle. It is no doubt going to be, I would imagine, this week in preparation leading up to this game, this playoff matchup. It is going to be priority number one, a top priority for Jeff Hafley and his defense to figure out how can we stop the run? How can we take this out? Is Jonathan Ford an answer? Did they see anything from a Baron Sorrell or any of the other guys who had an opportunity against Minnesota where they're going to put them in? I really don't know what the game plan is going to be. You're probably going to see a lot of base. If Rome Odunze is back for this game too for the Bears, which they're hoping, I mean, then you got to kind of figure that out too with Rome Odunze, DJ Moore, Luther Burden. You've got your tight ends. I mean, let's not kid ourselves. Chicago's offense presents a major challenge for Green Bay's defense. It's just facts. It presents a major challenge. And you've got a very, very good play caller in Ben Johnson and an aggressive play caller in Ben Johnson, too. I mean, it's going to be crucial for this Packers defense to try to keep Chicago in third and long situations, because it's pretty much a foregone conclusion, I think, if it's third and short, it's 2-down territory. If it's third and short, even if they don't pick it up, they're going to go for it on fourth. And they're probably going to run the ball a couple times, whether it's Caleb Williams on a naked bootleg or running it up the middle with Swift or Kyle or anything like that. That's pretty much a foregone conclusion at this point. And a lot of it is going to deal with can Green Bay stop the run on the early downs? Can they put them in third and long situations? Can Green Bay win up front? Chicago has one of the better offensive lines in all of football. This is the one thing that Chicago did really well in the offseason, is they invested heavily into that offensive line. And Bears fans probably saying at that time, and probably saying now, it's about dang time. And just look at what it has meant for this ball club, for this offense. Weird, a quarterback plays well behind a good offensive line. A running game gets going behind a good offensive line. Weird how that works out. You invest up front. You invest with the big boys. And look at the results from this. If we did like position breakdowns, matchups, which I plan on actually doing a little bit later on this week, but I can tell you right now, offensive line versus the Packers defensive line, advantage. Bears offensive line versus the Packers defensive line, advantage Bears offensive line any day of the week and twice on Sunday. So how does Jeff Hafley and how does this Packers defense try to slow down that that Bears running attack without those guys, without those running backs advancing to the second level or the third level, not allowing big gains, not allowing 5 yards per carry? It is going to be a very difficult, tough task. It puts a lot of pressure on those linebackers, the Edgerrin Coopers, the Quay Walkers, Isaiah McDuffies, those guys. They're going to have to, they may have to be a little bit more aggressive in this thing, which, let's not kid ourselves too, might bite us in the butt a few times. But they might have to be a little aggressive in their diagnosing of plays and like, okay, I'm going to hit this hole hard instead of, just kind of waiting to react. You might have to take a gamble here. And like, I'm going to hit this hole. And hopefully you almost kind of guess right and you bring down the ball carrier behind the line of scrimmage or right at the line of scrimmage. I don't think Green Bay can just continue to get away with relying on their linebackers to take down the running backs at that second level, gosh forbid the third level. They may have to be a little bit more aggressive in this thing. And it might burn them a couple times. But they might have to do that. And the other part in this whole thing too does kind of, okay, so how do you stop the run? How can the Packers offense help stop the Bears running attack? Goes back to our key from the other day. Put up touchdowns instead of field goals. If you jump out to an early lead, if you're putting up some big numbers right away, well then if Chicago's got to play a little bit of catch up here, it takes a little bit of that running game out. Now, I would argue this though too. I feel like Ben Johnson isn't going to completely abandon the running game, especially if they're down by just touchdown 10 points or something like that. He's not going to completely abandon it. But if somehow Green Bay can enter, midway through the third or at the beginning of the fourth quarter where they're up 14, 17 points or something like that, then it changes a little bit. But the offense can help this thing out. The offense can help out by putting up touchdowns right away. The offense can help out by controlling the time of possession and keeping this Bears offense on the sidelines. Complementary football. But if we go back to the Packers' defensive side, it's Colby Wooden, it's Jonathan Ford, it's Carl Brooks, it's Rashawn Gary, it's Lucas Van Ness, it's Enoch Barre. Those guys up at the front. Buckle a chin strap and let's go. You have to be your man. You have to fill those gaps. You have got to play sound football. I want to see these guys dominate in the trenches. It is going to be incredibly tough against this offensive line from Chicago. But buckle the chin strap and let's go. And I hope they still remember that Baltimore game and how embarrassed they got at the hands of that running attack from Baltimore. It was embarrassing. 300 yards? Come on. Inexcusable. And I kind of fault Hafley for that too. It's like you can't just keep... Obviously something was not working. Something was broke. People weren't doing their jobs. And this might not be completely fair for me because I'm on the outside like a lot of us, if not everybody, just watching. It's like, okay, it seems like we're still trying to do the same thing, change something up, do something different. And maybe they did and still wasn't working, but it sure didn't look like they were. You got to come in with a different game plan now. You got to do something different with this thing. It is going to be incredibly important for this Packers defense to try to slow down that run. And if Chicago gets off to a little bit of a slower start in terms of not putting up points right away, take advantage of that. Don't let the foot off the gas. And whoever's playing ends on certain downs, whether it's Rashawn Gary, whether it's Lucas Van Ness or Kiki or Barron Sorrell or Byron Cox Jr. or Colin Oliver or whoever it is, set that edge. We know Caleb Williams. That's a part of the running game that they got to slow down, for crying out loud. They got to set that edge. And they got to have their head on a swivel. Linebackers, show off that speed. Easier said than done. But this is quite the challenge for this Packers defense to kind of take out this running attack from Chicago. The Packers offense can help out in this case too. All right, let's take a quick break. We got plenty more, though, coming up here. We'll be back after these few words. Skip the cooking tonight and stop by Hy-Vee in Eau Claire. Their ready-to-eat section is packed with fresh, delicious options, from chef-prepared meals and salads to sandwiches, wraps, and hot sides. It's fast, convenient, and perfect for lunch, dinner, or even a quick snack on the go. Grab exactly what you want, when you want it, and enjoy a meal that's ready in minutes. Hy-Vee in Eau Claire, fresh, flavorful, and ready to eat. Don't forget, it is the Hy-Vee Game Changer of the week. So think back to the last week of games, players, and such. And again, it doesn't have to be the best play or a top 10 play or anything like that. But you think that was a game, that was a play, that was a player that really changed the game, man. You know, let's give them some love. Let's give them a little bit of appreciation. Well, that's what the Hy-Vee Game Changer of the week is for. So hit me up with your picks, all right? Text them on over to that Shoe Doctors bullpen line if you're not driving, 715-830-1912, or on the YouTube video stream. We've got Benjamin. It is also a Grind My Gears Tuesday, which Benjamin in EC is texting and says, welcome back. Hope you had a good holiday. I hope you did too. What grinds my gears is not giving Clayton Tune an opportunity to move the offense whatsoever. I get limiting the playbook, but that game was unwatchable. Oh, and the drops by Golden, too. It was unwatchable. I give the defense a little bit of credit for just keeping it within reach, because it was like, this is what's keeping me kind of tuned in a little bit more. It's like you guys are just keeping this in to where I've really got to pay attention, or I'm still watching. I'm not falling asleep watching that game. But you're right. I mean, you know, I don't know if a lot of it was Clayton Tune missed some throws, so I don't want to, you know, completely, you know, absolve the play calling that, but it was pretty darn limited too. I mean, when you look at it, it you could tell they just wanted to get through that thing. And I don't know if it was because they didn't want to get, you know, guys hurt or injured or put them in a position that way. I don't know. But, I mean, then you hear Matt LaFleur after the game say if Jordan Love had to go in, it would have been just straight off handoffs the whole time, to which it doesn't matter now. But it's like, okay, if that's the case, then why you brought in Desmond Ridder to the practice squad? Just elevate Desmond Ridder then and have the backup and go there. I get limited opportunities and limited, you know, amount of players can suit up and such, but it just, I don't know. Didn't quite get the whole reasoning in that, but I guess it is what it is at this point. So, but it was pretty dull. It was pretty boring. But in the grand scheme of things too, game didn't matter. Didn't mean anything. So we'll see how it all works out though. I mean, did they not? I know there's some chitter chat too about, you know, Green Bay resetting bye week and that. I had no problem with Green Bay resting a majority of their players. I think part of it though too is you have to factor in they had a week 5 bye, so it was really early in the season. Team obviously is banged up. They can't afford any more injuries at this point in time. So I don't fault them. And I'm not saying that's what our texters are saying. I'm just, you know, there's still some people questioning whether that was the right move to rest everybody and such. If everybody knew the correct answer to that question, every team would be doing it. And not every team is still doing it one way or the other. So, but in case you missed it earlier on when we opened up the program, I want to hit this up probably coming up in the next hour because I don't have a lot of time left in the first hour here. But I want to talk about this talking point that's kind of getting out there in the web space or in the world right now. Are the Packers kind of cheap when it comes to their coaches? And is this what's kind of maybe holding back Matt LaFleur getting a contract extension? Adam Schefter made an interesting comment yesterday when he was asked about this on the Pat McAfee show. And it kind of spiraled into a conversation amongst others and other Packers people and other people out there. Like, okay, when you kind of think about it and you go back to history, the Packers, do they play a little hardball when it comes to coaching salaries, or paying coaches, and is that what is going on here? And I want to take it a little bit further because, over the years, even the Mike McCarthy era, we've talked about how he has been really loyal to his assistants, and Matt LaFleur has kind of been labeled that too. But the more this kind of gets talked about with, are the Packers just trying to play a little too hardball with coaching salaries? And is this maybe why a lot of these coaches over the years, because we've pointed the blame at the head coaches, but maybe it wasn't the head coaches, maybe it was they couldn't afford other assistants. It sounds like college football again back in the day, right? When it comes to Wisconsin football. It's like, they can't afford assistants. Is this what's going on with Wisconsin? It's completely, we're just, it's I don't know if it's true or not, but it's a conversation that's being floated out there right now. And it got me thinking. And I want to hit this up a little bit more in the next hour. But let me play the clip here from Matt LaFleur, or excuse me, from Adam Schefter yesterday on the Pat McAfee show, in case you missed it. And this is kind of what I guess sparked the conversation. Is it pretty much coming down to money? And it's not necessarily results driven or anything like that, but if it's coming down to money, then man, I think that opens up another can of worms, in my opinion. And that opens up a lot of other issues here. All right, audio courtesy from the Pat McAfee show. I'll play this, and then we got to take another quick break. But I just want to throw us out there in case y'all missed it from yesterday.
So the guy who replaced Mike McCarthy, Shefty, for whatever reason, the Matt LaFleur stuff, even with his win percentage being one of the highest, in NFL history through your first 8 seasons or whatever, a lot of stuff is still coming up that basically says, hey, if the Packers don't have a deep playoff run this year, there's a chance that he's going to be let go by Ed Policy. Are you hearing anything else to that? And who would be the one kind of pushing for that? Is it the media? Is it Ed Policy? Is it, people in the, the GM suite? I mean, who? Because by all intents and purposes, Matt LaFleur has been very good as the Packers head coach, but he has fallen flat in the playoffs.
Well, it wouldn't be a media decision. It would be, I believe, a Ed Policy decision as the president of the team succeeding Mark Murphy. He is the one in charge of those decisions. And, Matt LaFleur was asked about his job security this year and commented on it, which led to about a week worth of speculation. And again, I feel the same way about Matt LaFleur that I do Kevin Stefanski if they moved on. And he's going to be going into the last year of his deal. I think he'd get a job in this cycle as well. So I don't think it'd be much of an issue. I think the bigger deal here is, can they figure out a contract of fair value to keep him there? I think that's what this is about, them trying to negotiate a contract, seeing what they can come up with, seeing if they get a deal done. If they get the deal done, it's a non-talking point, and his future is secure there. If they can't figure out a contract that works for both sides, well, then you have to ask yourself, are they willing to let him go into the last year of his deal, which he would be, or what do you do about that? And very rarely do teams want coaches going into the last year of their deal, which I believe the priority will be to re-sign him to an extension this offseason. And let's see what happens with that first.
Him and Gucci both?
Yeah, both. I think both.
Okay. Congrats to the Packers. They locked their guy.
All right. So again, that's audio courtesy from the Pat McAfee show. And then it kind of got me thinking, because when Matt LaFleur was first hired, there was that report that he wanted to hire, I believe it was Darren Rizzi, who is a well-known special teams coordinator out there, and they brought him into Green Bay. They interviewed him and such. He had a certain dollar amount that he wanted, but apparently Matt LaFleur, according to reports, could not get permission or didn't give, wasn't allowed to give him that amount of money, so he left elsewhere. But then you go back to a couple of years ago, and now they've got Rich Bisaccia as the highest paid special teams coordinator. So I don't know. I don't know what if it is truly money. Why are we playing a little hardball with this? And has it been affecting Green Bay's head coach from the last how many years? maybe to surround them with better assistants, because that's just kind of the thought out there is if Jeff Halfley gets a head coaching job elsewhere, the prevailing thought is that they're just going to promote from within because it's going to be cheaper. Something to ponder a little bit. All right, we got to take a quick break. I'm running a little behind here, so we'll hit that up coming up in the next hour. Quick break. We'll be back after these few words. Just a couple minutes left to the top of the hour. Again, if you haven't checked it out, you might want to check out the latest school closings and delays. The WEAU 13 News First Alert School Closings brought to you by Hovland's and ServiceMaster. I think every time I've refreshed it every few minutes, a new school has been added or maybe changed from a 2-hour delay to a full-on closure and such. So it's not just schools over there, too. We've got some daycares, senior centers and such. So make sure you double check that. Again, you can head to sportstalk1051.com and see the entire list over there. But definitely slippery out there if you have not been out on the roads, maybe more so in your driveway too. If you take a first step out there, you let the dog out there. All right, it's pretty slick. So, all right, let's. We only got about a minute and a half left to the top of the hour. So, send me your Grind My Gears Tuesday. What's grinding your gears? You can text us on that Shoe Doctors bullpen line at 715-830-1912 on that Shoe Doctors bullpen line. We'll get to what's grinding your gears, your Hy-Vee game changers. We'll also hit that up. We're going to talk some baseball coming up in the next hour with the Brewers also announcing their new coaching staff behind Pat Murphy. Different coaches, or some new coaches. Daniel Vogelbach returning to the crew as a hitting coach. Other coaches getting different titles and maybe some different roles too. So look that up, and plus more Packers Bears talk as we get set for this wild card matchup coming up in the 8 o'clock hour. Lots of Badger talk, Badger football, new quarterback, new running back, others through the transfer portal. We got Badger hoops tonight taking on UCLA. RJ Cardinal will be joining us about 8:20 this morning to talk about all of that. One end, we got a couple more to go. We got some news updates. Stick around. We'll be back after these few words. All right, second hour, kick it off right now on this rather wet and slick Tuesday morning. Thanks for joining us and hanging out with us this morning. If you have to drive, be extra cautious out there. Be careful. Again, double check that list, that school closings list off our website, the WEAU 13 News First Alert School Closings, brought to you by Hovland Service Master. In case your kiddo's school is maybe delayed or closed today. There is a huge, huge, huge list. So, yeah, might be worth it to try it. So, not only that, you got some businesses and Head Starts and senior centers as well that are going to be closed today. So, we're going to get to some more Packers and Bears chats as we get set for this playoff game on Saturday nights. We hit up in the first hour another key to victory. We've been kind of highlighting a big time, at least in my opinion, a big key to victory each day leading into this game. So, if you missed that, well, we'll maybe revisit it a little bit later on and such. But did talk a little bit about stopping the run as being a big key for this Packers defense, but also how the Packers offense can help them out with that too. So coming up in a little over an hour, we're going to talk some Badgers. Obviously, we've got Badger basketball tonight. Hoops team looking to rebound after their loss to Purdue. They're going to be taking on UCLA tonight before a big matchup again against Michigan coming up this weekend. Got that, but we're going to talk some football with the latest transfer portal and players, including a new quarterback, a new running back for Wisconsin that's going to be coming in. Should we be excited? How excited should we be? Have we been down this road before where we've been excited about a new quarterback coming in and then it's like, nah. But this is a dual threat quarterback from Old Dominion. We'll get RJ's thoughts on that coming up next hour. We'll talk some baseball with the Brewers. Some new faces to their coaching staff. Some coaches with different roles or expanded roles. Maybe including Jim Henderson, maybe the de facto bench coach for this ball club. Daniel Vogelbach is back with the team as a hitting coach. We'll hit all that up coming up here in just a little bit as well. So another thing I wanted to do this week, and we kind of kicked it off last week, was doing a bit of a countdown of some of the most memorable Packers-Bears games, because this is only the third time these two rival teams, throughout their 200-some matchups in the regular season, this is only the third time that these two teams have faced each other in the postseason. But they have had memorable games, and they have had some memorable late-season games, December, final week of the season, that allowed a team to get to the postseason, stopped the team to get to the postseason, maybe even winning a division. So even though they haven't had a lot of postseason games, they've had some memorable late season games. So yesterday, I threw in the final regular season game from this year. I mean, that was kind of really for the division championship when you kind of look at it all. So I mean that kind of helped Chicago get the division championship and get the 2 seed in this thing and host this game and potentially hosting another playoff game, depending on the result of this one. So that was my number 5. Number 4 in my countdown. And it was just the anniversary of this a few days ago. I was at this game. You go back to that Super Bowl 45 team, the final game of the regular season. Was it January 2nd? I think it was January 2nd off the top of my head. Packers-Bears. There was a lot of talk heading into that game. Would the Bears rest some starters? And that was before, the 2 seed had to play the following week. That was still when the top 2 seeds had byes in the first round of the playoffs. So there was some talk about, hey, are they going to play starters or not? Bears did play starters. Packers win. They're in as a wild card. Bears already had it locked up for the division and that bye. So it was not a lot of scoring in this game. 10-3 victory for the Packers. Chicago had a 3-0 lead going into the half. Packers tied it up in the third quarter, and then just one touchdown pass to Donald Lee in the fourth quarter, the beginning parts of the fourth quarter. And that was the difference. And then Jay Cutler throwing the interception at the end to one Nick Collins. And this was a game, too, where the running for Green Bay just wasn't getting it done. Aaron Rodgers was your leading rusher. 7 carries, 21 yards. James Starks had 5 carries for 20 yards. Brandon Jackson, 7 carries for 19 yards. Total-wise, 23 carries for 60 yards, 2.6 average. Rodgers finished the game 19 of 28 for 229 yards, including a touchdown and a pick. Jay Cutler, 21 of 39 for $168, 2 interceptions. Matt Forte ran the ball 15 times, though, for 91 yards. But I was at that game. That's my first Packers-Bears experience. And I can tell you there's 2 things I remember vividly about that game. And they all came at the end. I mean, I remember a lot of things about the game. I remember the touchdown was right in front of me and seeing the pick and all that. But there's 2 things. When I think back on this game, Bill Judge, the great public address announcer for the Packers, after that game was clinched in that. And I remember him saying to the crowd, with this victory, the Green Bay Packers have officially clinched a playoff spot. And the crowd going nuts and the image on the billboard. I don't know why, but I vividly remember that the way Bill Judge just said it to get the crowd pumped up. And then I remember Donald Driver, Jordy Nelson, James Jones, and Aaron Rodgers going around the stadium, the whole bowl, and high-fiving fans before they went into the locker room. It was those 4. Because obviously that was the final game at Lambeau for that year. And then lo and behold, we know what happened afterwards. The playoff run, they're back. The next time they'd be back at Lambeau Field, I was also there, the return to Titletown. So, but that was obviously a game that we all knew. You win, you're in. High pressure, hot, tense feeling. I was sitting next to a Bears fan. Not all Bears fans are like this. Not picking on him, but this guy was just, I mean, he was not pleasant. We'll just keep it that way. But getting a 10-3 victory in a hard-fought battle, a very low-scoring affair. And I know there were some questions about whether, Chicago, were they really trying? Were they trying hard in that? But, I mean, hey, defensively, they were holding Green Bay, right? But that's number 4 on my countdown. That obviously allowed Green Bay in. And then, of course, you probably already know what's going to be very high on this list. Just a few weeks later, it would be Chicago and Green Bay again for the right to go to Super Bowl 45. So that's number 4 on my countdown. Let's take a quick break. And then I want to talk about this coaching stuff. Is it all about money when it comes to the Green Bay Packers? And if that's the case, and if that's been something that's going on, let's say 15, 20 years, does it change your overall thoughts on how things have transpired in the last 15, 20 years? Because we've done a lot of finger pointing at the coaches and coaches being too loyal to assistants and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Or maybe it doesn't really do anything different for you. I think it's an interesting conversation, though. All right, we'll take a quick break, and we'll be right back in just a couple minutes. All right, we're back. Hopefully, if you are out on the roads, be safe, be careful driving. 2 hands on the wheel, eyes on the road, all right? So be careful out there. Be extra careful out there. Hey, with if you're in the markets, if you're like the new year, you talk about resolutions, trying to, maybe change up yourself, or you got some goals and such. Maybe one of those resolutions is updating the flooring in your room, in your space, in your house, your business, your office, whatever the case may be. When it comes time to update the floors in your home or wherever your space is, go visit our good friends, Carpet City Flooring Center in Eau Claire. They've been helping families across the Chippewa Valley find the perfect flooring for decades. From soft, comfortable carpet to luxury vinyl planks, laminate, and tile, Carpet City Flooring Center has options for every room, every style, and every budget. And you won't be rushed or pushed into something you don't need. Their experienced team takes time to listen, to help answer questions, and to help you choose flooring that actually fits your lifestyle. Carpet City Flooring Center also offers professional installation from people who take pride in their work. That means your floors are done right the first time. No gimmicks, no pressure, just quality products, honest pricing, and friendly local service that you can trust. So whether you're updating one room or planning a full home remodel, start with the name Eau Claire has relied on for years. Carpet City Flooring Center, locally owned, locally trusted. Also, too, don't forget with the weather out there too. If you do happen to need a tow, all right. If you happen to need a tow, if you're sliding in a ditch or anything like that, as we mentioned a little bit earlier, but a good reminder, give our friends at AJM Automotive a quick call if you do need that tow. All right, 715-835-9523. All right, 715-835-9523. Be careful out on the roads, but if you do need a tow, as we mentioned earlier, don't forget to give our good friends at AEGM Automotive a call. All right, they don't just do engine work, brake work, oils, tires. They do all that. They even do some snow plowing. But again, they do offer towing services as well. So, want to get back to this topic that was kind of floated out there, and I think. Well, it really started, this topic really started, I think, yesterday from Adam Schefter when he was on Pat McAfee's show, and he was asked about Matt LaFleur, contract status and such, and the way he kind of came out and said he feels like it's more about a money issue, like a contract issue. Can the Packers and Matt LaFleur come to an agreement on the dollars? That's kind of the gist of what he's saying. Can they come to that agreement? So it sparked this conversation amongst Packers fans and others out there about, okay, if we go back in history, is this another sign, another example of the Packers being, quote, I guess, cheap when it comes to their coaches and coaching staff? And people are looking at different examples, One that's being floated out there is the whole Mike Holmgren thing, and I think that was more about GM title than anything. But the one that I go to is there was that report when Matt LaFleur was first hired that he wanted to hire Darren Rizzi, who is a well-known, well-respected special teams coordinator, and he came into Green Bay, interviewed, wanted a certain amount of money. Matt wanted to give it to him, but apparently wasn't allowed to give him the contract that he was looking for. He moved on, and we know the Packers have had issues. But then, a few years ago, what does Green Bay do? After having issues amongst issues with special teams, they break the bank for Rich Bisaccia. Now, we can get into the debate about whether that's worked out or such, but that's neither here nor there here. But they opened up the bank there. So it got me thinking, if this truly is the case, and this truly has been a thing where Green Bay has kind of, I guess, handcuffed some of their head coaches in terms of allowing them to pay their assistants or allowing them to go outside and bring in other assistants, because that's been another example for this has been, well, you look at Green Bay, they've really promoted from within in a lot of different areas and such. That's because they can't go out there and get these other assistants and such. And I think that's more so on probably the offensive side of things. When you look at, if we use the McCarthy tenure and a little bit from the LaFleur tenure here. And so, first off, I don't know if this really is a thing. I don't know. It could be just pure speculation. It could be part truthful. It could be a little bit in the middle, or maybe it is 100% truthful. But I'll say this. If Green Bay head coaches, I'll start there. If Green Bay head coaches have been handcuffed over the years in terms of what they can give their assistants or what they have been able to do in terms of trying to bring in assistant coaches, but they've been limited because of the amount of money that they've been budgeted, I think that's weak sauce coming from Green Bay. We can't sit here and say that it's all about championships, and that's the ultimate goal. You can't sit there and say that, but then put limits on areas that help you compete for those championships, that help you go after those championships. You can't do that. And that's really weak. Again, I don't know if that's the case or not. I don't know if that's why all those years, like Mike McCarthy had a lot of the same assistants or was very loyal to Dom Capers or whatever. I don't know if that's why Matt LaFleur brought in Joe Barry, because budget-wise he couldn't afford to bring in another defensive coordinator that was commanding more money. I don't know. But that's the thought process being thrown out there now because of this whole thing about, well, does Green Bay really want to pay Matt LaFleur what some of the coaches are getting right now? Like Ben Johnson's making more than him. You got other coaches that are making more, new coaches that are making more. There's probably going to be some first-time head coaches that right now are going to be making the same amount, maybe even a little bit more than Matt LaFleur. And Matt LaFleur has the right to say, wait a minute now, I should be paid more, or at that same type of market based off of, what I've done so far. He has every right to say that and demand that or want that. But, I mean, if this truly is a thing where Green Bay has been unwilling in times to open up the pocketbook a little bit for assistant coaches, I mean, it's given me some dang flashbacks to college football in Wisconsin. Right? How many times did we have that conversation? Like in football, it's like they can't pay their assistants. Go to bigger programs and they can pay their assistants. You don't hear that too much anymore. It's more about, can you pay the players and not the assistants? But it's given me flashbacks of that. And if that truly is the case, and it has been the case, shame on Green Bay. Shame on them for that. You can't sit there and preach about it's time to win championships, or that's always the ultimate goal, is to compete for a championship, and not exhaust every resource or open up every resource possible to help you win championships. If you know there is a weakness, but you're not willing to do anything about it, or we can do an upgrade here, or we can do better here, but you're not willing to do your part, shame on you. And maybe this is just all speculation. Maybe it is. And I hope to gosh it is. Because if we're talking about a professional franchise and their unwillingness to pay, in some cases, maybe top dollar for assistants and such, come on. Green Bay's not struggling money-wise. They're one of the only. They're the only team in the National Football League that has to release their dollar amounts, their revenue. They do it at the shareholders meeting. They're in decent shape. And I'm not saying that they should go out there and give Matt LaFleur $20 million a year, or go Go out there and get a defensive coordinator that's going to cost $15 million more. I'm not saying your defensive coordinator should make more than your head coach or something like that, but come on now. And if Rich Bisaccia has really taken over the budget where you can't afford to do all this, well, hey, I'll tell you what, brother. Maybe relook at special teams coordinator and reassess some of that stuff. I hope this isn't true. I hope that this thought process out there isn't true. That Green Bay's being stingy when it comes to coach pay. I really hope it's not. And right now, I hope it's just pure speculation. But if it is, if there is some truth to it, and I get it, you don't want to be free willy-nilly when it comes to just, oh, yeah, hey, we'll give you all this and make you the highest paid. I understand. I get that. You want to look at everything, look at, results. It's a results-based business. But also, if you want to be able to bring in the best of the best or the best possible, why make it more difficult? Why handcuff it? Why restrain it? And if this has been going on for years, and let's just say it has, maybe part what limited Mike McCarthy from making moves over the years, maybe LaFleur a couple times. Yeah, I look at those situations a little bit differently then. Because maybe they weren't allowed to make some of those moves, to make some of those changes. I don't know. Again, I don't know. We're just basing this all off of what people are kind of saying right now. All right, let's take a quick break. I want to talk some baseball before we close up the first hour. Brewers released their coaching staff. Some interesting new roles for some current coaches, but some new coaches coming over to the ball club. We'll break it down coming up after these quick words. If you're serious about great meats, you need to know about Mike's Star Market in Eau Claire. From hand-cut steaks and fresh ground beef to flavorful brats, sausages, and premium pork, Mike's Star Market is known for quality that you can see and taste. Everything is prepared with care using trusted sources and time-tested methods that keep customers coming back. Whether you're firing up the grill, planning a family dinner, or stocking up for the weekend, Mike's Star Market has the cuts and flavors you're looking for. It's quality, it's tradition, it's local. Mike's Star Market, proudly serving the Chippewa Valley. I was kind of curious to see if I could find the highest paid NFL coaches. And this is from Front Office Sports. It was updated April of 25, so before the season began, just to kind of see where Matt LaFleur was ranked. And according to Front Office Sports, Matt LaFleur, 17th highest paid NFL coach. Liam Cohen is top 10. Now, again, remember, this is before the season started, before we knew the Jaguars were going to be in the postseason. Liam Cohen was already the 10th highest paid coach, $12 million per year. Ben Johnson, $13 million, tied for 7th, along with Kevin O'Connell, $13 million. Mike McDonald from Seattle, $9 million. I have no problem with Matt LaFleur saying, hey, I should be getting paid just as much as those guys. I think he should. I mean, you're talking about Kevin O'Connell making more than double than what Matt LaFleur is. So he wants a pay raise. He wants a new contract. I completely understand. If it's a money thing, I think the argument should be made. I think Matt LaFleur has a legit argument. Now, does it come at the detriment of paying some assistants and such? There's another issue potentially. I don't know. Again, I hope it's a lot about nothing. But maybe it's another thing to kind of follow along with this, with this whole issue, if it even is an issue at this point. But yeah, I don't fault Matt LaFleur one bit. Where if he's seeing, man, those guys are making more than double than what I am. Yeah, I want a pay raise on my new contract. I don't want just status quo. All right, let's switch gears here just a little bit. We got plenty more football talk coming up throughout the next couple hours. Brewers yesterday. Finally, a little bit of a Brewers nugget here, but they announced their coaching staff yesterday behind Pat Murphy. Jason Lane is your offense and strategy coordinator. Jim Henderson, your pitching coordinator. Field coordinator, Nestor Cordero. Chris Hook, your pitching coach. Juan Sandoval, assistant pitching coach. Charlie Green, bullpen coach. Eric Thiessen, lead hitting coach. Hitting coaches, Gilmore. Oh my gosh, I'm Gilmoro Martinez and Daniel Vogelbach. First base coach, Spencer Allen. Third base coach, Matt Erickson. Bullpen catchers, Christian Correa and Ty Duvall. You probably recognize Daniel Vogelbach, a big one right there. That's kind of the big name. It's like, oh, he's back and he's going to be a hitting coach. So they got 3 hitting coaches. One of them is a lead hitting coach, which is Eric Thiessen. But Daniel Vogelbach is returning to the crew as a hitting coach. Also, you're probably noticing Jim Henderson, pitching coordinator, and Chris Hook, pitching coach. What's that all about? Is there a difference? It almost sounds like Jim Henderson is like the lead pitching coach, right? It kind of almost does. Pump the brakes a little bit. Because according to Matt Arnold, Chris Hook is still the lead hitting coach. Matt Arnold said, quote, Hookie is obviously the lead pitching coach and has just done a wonderful job for us for so many years and has been a rock in our franchise. Jim and Hook had partnered forever, and for Jim, this is a chance to continue to grow and be more involved with game preparation with Murph on a day-to-day basis. So the Henderson part. Matt Arnold said more, saying, quote, "That's a big part of this, to continue to expand where Henderson can help, not just with the pitching, but in decision-making with Murph. The two of them working together in concert is something we're extremely excited about." So the Brewers probably also noticed too, and they said this was going to be the case when Ricky Weeks was reassigned to the front office, that they weren't going to have a bench coach or an associate manager. And when you look at this, the Brewers are going to be without a bench coach for 2026. Those duties will still apparently be spread to other coaches. I look at it from, if we just base off of job titles, I look at Lane as being one of those guys, as an offense and strategy coordinator. I mean, for crying out loud, we got a couple coordinators here now. It almost sounds like football position coaches or football coordinators. So I would assume Jason is going to be a part of that. But also, when you read Matt Arnold's comments, it seems like Jim Henderson might be the de facto bench coach, associate manager, whatever the heck we want to call it. Because when I see Matt Arnold's comments about a chance for Jim to continue to grow and be more involved with game preparation with Murph, to see him being involved in decision-making with Murph, that just screams like that's a bench coach. That's an associate manager. Because odds are Pat Murphy is not going to make it from the first inning to the ninth inning for 162 games. Chances are he's going to be ejected for at least one game. Probably a couple. It's going to happen. So then it's like, okay, who's next man up? That's the question I've had throughout this whole process, is like, okay, who is that next man up? Who is the next person in charge? It seems like it's Jim Henderson, which kind of on the surface, it makes sense to have a pitching guy, right? Because what's going to be the main thing if a manager is, let's say Pat Murphy gets tossed in a game. What's kind of the main thing after that? Well, it's probably like, oh, okay, it's handling the pitching staff, bringing in a relief pitcher, going to the bullpen and such. You probably have Henderson able to help with that. But then if it comes to switching the lineup or bringing in a pinch hitter in that, maybe that's where Jordan Lane then comes in, since he is the offense and strategy coordinator. So it looks like maybe those duties, those two, because that's where my mind goes. When you don't have that bench coach, when you don't have that associate manager, it's like, okay, we always focus on the next man up. It seems like it's between Jason Lane and Jim Henderson. Lane from the offensive side of things, if they throw in a pinch hitter or do some position switch, double switches in that. But when it comes to going to the bullpen and managing the pitcher, it kind of seems like that's going to be Jim Henderson's area. But I would imagine Henderson's probably going to be the, quote, de facto bench coach, the guy that has to come out and make that pitching change, call the bullpen. So a little bit of a different thing here, but kind of makes sense. If your manager's tossed or your manager's not available, it's like, okay, let the offensive guy take care of the batting order. Let one of your pitching guys take care of the pitching staff side of things. We'll see if it works out. I mean, for crying out loud, three hitting coaches again. It's interesting, but I can kind of get it too. I can kind of get it. I don't know if this means like Jim Henderson, because we thought, hey, Ricky Weeks was going to be the manager in waiting. And maybe he still is whenever Pat Murphy's done managing, which I think I speak for a lot of Brewers fans. We hope that's not going to be for a while. And maybe it's still Ricky, but does this mean, all right, maybe Jim Henderson then is going to get this experience, and then if that happens in a few years, Jim Henderson's the guy that's going to be the next manager? I don't know. I think at this point in time, it's worthless to try to figure out who's the next manager. Let's not worry about that. We've got a back-to-back manager of the year. Let's worry on the now and just getting this team to a World Series instead of trying to figure out who that next manager in waiting is. I don't want to worry about the future. I want to worry about the now. That's where my priorities are. All right. Let's take a quick break here as we wrap up the second hour and head into overtime. If you're not driving, don't forget, hit me up with a text on that Shoe Doctors Bullpen line, 715-830-1912. Quick break. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Coming up next hour, we're going to do some Badger chat with Mr. RJ Cardinal. Lots to catch up on. We got Badger basketball tonight taking on UCLA, but also the latest in the transfer portal. Badgers getting a new quarterback, new running back. We'll get RJ's thoughts on all the moves from the Badger football world. C-Bomb chiming in here saying not concerned about the contract issues with the head coach. The Packers have never had a problem retaining their head coach. I'm more curious to see where they stand with their assistants, though. With Rich Bisaccia being the highest paid special teams coordinator, I never thought it was an issue, but I could be very wrong. Interested to see what comes out of this. To be honest, I never thought it was an issue either, but reading some more about it and some other people's thoughts and opinions on it, it kind of seems like it's been a little bit of an issue. Throughout the history in that, so I don't know. Again, I hope it's all speculation. I really hope it is, and I hope it hasn't been an issue. But I guess we'll see. Because I was reading a little bit. This was from let me give credit to Justice Mesquita. He has a little bit of a write-up here. And part of it says, let's go through a couple of examples. When LaFleur was hired, he was a one-year play caller for the Tennessee Titans. When the Packers brought him in as head coach, he was paid $5 million per year, which is on a low scale for a first-time head coach at the NFL level. Chicago's Ben Johnson is making $13 million per year. For perspective, 47 coaches were making $5 million or more at the college level in 2025, including programs like Liberty, a member of Conference USA. I was also told that part of the condition of LaFleur taking over as head coach in 2019 was that the deal was that he had to accept that the team was going to keep Mike Pettine's defensive staff, as the team didn't have the appetite for paying all those coaching buyouts just to turn around and pay for a second staff. Okay. I guess, yeah, the buyout portion of that. Once you've wrapped your mind around that, you can look up the Packers' recent coaching staff changes and note the type of coaches who end up backfilling for when Green Bay's coaches leave for promotions elsewhere. For example, the Packers' current receivers coach was promoted from his previous role on the team when Jason Vrabel, previously the receivers coach, began serving as the pass game coordinator full-time. Ryan's previous job, assistant offensive line coach, a role under Luke Butkus. While NFL coaching salaries aren't public, the one thing I've been told over and over again is that the general vibes in Green Bay is not to go out and spend money on coaches when the staff shakes up, but rather ask who the next man is up for a cheaper internal promotion option. Offensively, the team has been pretty cheap for coaches across the board in the LaFleur era, mostly relying on internal promotions and the development of young coaches in their system. Defensively, the team will spend, but only after learning a hard lesson, like post-Joe Barry when the Packers brought defensive coordinator Jeff Hafley. Interesting. So, says I could list more examples here. Joe Barry wasn't a hot candidate in 2021 when the Packers had to pay a new defensive coordinator after buying out Mike Pettin. Oh, so yeah, I guess if you factor in the other what do you want to say? I guess you factor in the other circumstances of buyouts and such. Something to ponder. Again, hopefully it's all speculation and such, but hopefully it's something to ponder. I shouldn't say hopefully something to ponder. Maybe it's just, hopefully it's nothing too serious in that. But all right. Maybe we'll hit this up a little bit more coming up later on and such. Hey, one question I am throwing out to you, Packers fans. Just to have a little fun to kind of get your mind going here, warming up here on this Tuesday morning. You go back to that 2010 run, and I'm not one to always compare eras and such, but just something a little fun here. So, obviously in 2010, 2011, we know that the Packers have, and we know what happened that year. Got in, last seed, went on a run, won the Super Bowl. Not saying that's going to happen, not predicting that's what's going to happen this year. But one of the players that sparked that Super Bowl run was kind of an unknown commodity, and that was James Starks. So just kind of a little fun question. Who do you think will, kind of a bold prediction here, who will be that James Starks for this team this year? Who will be that James Stark for this year, for that run? Or who has to be? Doesn't have to be offense. It can be a defensive player. All right? Can be a defensive player. But it can't be Josh Jacobs. It can't be Jordan Love. It's got to be a player who isn't that well known. Maybe kind of a role player that has an expanded role when it comes to the postseason. So give me your picks, all right? Send them on over. Hit me up with a text, 715-830-1912. Continue to send me your Savion Williams. All right, maybe. If he's going to be active. That's kind of been the main thing here. But Savion Williams, interesting pick. I kind of like that pick. That's from Brent on the YouTube stream. I like that pick. What else do we got? Hey, does Matthew Golden qualify for this, even though he's a first-round pick, but he's done next to nothing? Maybe it is Matthew. Maybe it could be Matthew Golden. Defensively, who could be that guy? Yeah, throw in Trayvon Diggs, even though we know the history and such, but he is a new guy and a little bit unknown. Is it a Trayvon Diggs? Would he qualify for this? Possibly, maybe. But I don't know. I was thinking about that last night. Who could be that James Starks for this team? A vital player. I mean, that first game against Philly in that playoffs, over 100 yards on the ground, huge contributor. All right, shot clock's going to cut me off here in just a little bit. So don't forget to send me your Hy-Vee game changers. Who was a player, who was a play, or what was a play that changed the game? Doesn't have to be the best play. Doesn't have to be the top play. Doesn't have to be the best player. But it was a moment in a game that changed the game. And also continue to send me your grind my gears. We've got 2 in, 2 more to go. It's halftime. We got some news updates, and we'll be back after these few words. All right, halftime's over with. Third hour officially kicking off right now on this Tuesday morning. A rather slippery. Oh my gosh. Spit it out, Dan. Rather slippery. Okay, I can't. Apparently, I can't say that word this morning. It's slick outside. All right. Wow. Cannot say that word. I don't know why I can't say it this morning, but it's slick outside. All right. So be careful if you're driving. Okay. Be extra cautious if you are out driving. Obviously, a lot of schools are closed. You can check out that list on our website at sportstalk1051.com. It's the WEAU 13 News School Closings brought to you by Hovland's and ServiceMaster. So coming up in about 10, 15 minutes, we're going to switch gears, and we've got lots of Badger stuff to be chatting about with Mr. RJ Cardinal. We'll talk some Badger hoops with him, with the ball club back in action tonight, taking on UCLA. Also, we're going to talk some Badger football with him, the latest news and notes on the transfer portal, get his thoughts on the new quarterback, a new running back that's coming over to Wisconsin. How excited? Should we even be excited about these guys? So we'll get RJ's thoughts on that coming up here in just a little bit. Speaking of college hoops, by the way, got to give shout-outs to UW-Eau Claire because both the basketball teams, women's and men's teams, shown up in the latest top 25 rankings. How about that? Looking at the D3Hoops.com Women's Top 25 that was released yesterday, UW-Eau Claire making its debut, coming in at number 24. Then for the men's team, they jump up to, even with the loss to Stevens Point, they jump up to 17. 17th in the country. They were previously 22, but they have moved up to 17. Other WIAC schools on the men's poll, UW-La Crosse is at 6. They fall down to number 6 from previously being at number 3. And then UW-Stevens I can't speak this morning. UW-Stevens Point making its debut at number 14 on the polls. And then UW-Oshkosh also cracking the top 25. They come in at number 21. On the women's side, you have UW-Oshkosh at number 3. They even got a first-place vote on their poll. And that's it. Or Whitewater, comes in at number 8 as well. They moved up a couple of spots to number 8. So, yeah, getting some good representation on these polls. UW-Platteville looks like they just missed the top 25. They were others receiving votes. They got 53 votes on there, too. So, looking at the Blue Gold schedules here, too, for hoops, because we are now officially in the WIAC portion of the schedule. When we look at it for the women's team, their next game is going to be against Platteville, which is tomorrow night. So big-time game at the Sonentag Center. It is also Cancer Awareness Night, so tip time for that game will be at 7 p.m. And then, as we know, too, for the men's team, they're looking to rebound from a tough loss to Stevens Point. They're going to be taking on Platteville on the road. And then we got the stout matchups coming up this weekend. Men will be home at the Sonentag Center taking on UW Stout, while the women will be on the road. So Badger basketball tonight taking on UCLA. They're also looking to bounce back from their loss to Purdue earlier on. They got another tough game coming up this weekend where they're going to be taking on number 2 Michigan. So the UCLA Bruins are coming to town, taking on Wisconsin. UCLA 10-4 so far on the season. Wisconsin looking to reach double digits for the season. And you kind of do a little bit of we got actually some really good college games when you look at the full slate of games. I mean, you got Duke taking on Louisville. You've got Texas Tech taking on Houston, and 2 teams ranked in the top 15 in the country so far. But if we look at this Wisconsin and UCLA game, it's going to be a little bit of a later tip time too, by the way, 8 p.m. tip time, even though it is at the Kohl Center. Wisconsin is favored in this game by 3.5. Matchup predictor has them as a 55.3% favorite in this game. when you look at UCLA, they're scoring, led by one of their bigs, 6'9", Tyler Bilodeau, averaging 18.3 points per game, 5.1 rebounds per game. So, but UCLA kind of looking at, maybe a little bit similar to Wisconsin in terms of they've beaten up on some teams that they probably should have beaten, but going up against tougher competition, they've fallen short. So their 4 losses so far this season have been against Arizona, which at the time was ranked 5th in the country, 69-65. They lost to 8th-ranked Gonzaga, 82-72. And they're also coming off of a loss against 25th-ranked Iowa, 74-61. The other loss is a loss to Cal earlier in the season, 80-72. And California so far this year is 13-2, 5th in the ACC. Still weird to say Cal's in the ACC, but 5th. So kind of, if you just look at it from that perspective, kind of different, kind of similar paths. UCLA was ranked at that time too. So UCLA earlier on in the season was a top 25 team like Wisconsin. So maybe 2 similar teams in terms of how their seasons have kind of begun so far. But, and we'll talk more about this with RJ coming up here in just a skosh. But with this game tonight, I'm looking to see John Blackwell kind of get off his rough stretch, if you will. You look at what he has done the last couple games, and it's been a little rough for John Blackwell. Going through a little bit of a rough stretch. And Wisconsin needs him to obviously kind of bounce back and find that rhythm, find that flow again. I mean, he's coming off of a game against Purdue here where he was able to just contribute 9 points, 4-11 of shooting, 0 for 5 from 3. And you look at his last few games, it was just 8 points against Milwaukee. Had 14 against Villanova, but then you go back to Nebraska and he just had 7 points. And you look at three-point shooting too. Wisconsin was atrocious against Purdue from the three-point line. And this is a team that is going to shoot a lot of threes. You live or die by the three. And there's going to be games where you're just going to be cold from three. And it's going to be rough. And it's going to, you got to find other ways to get that win if you're going to be struggling from the three-point line. But right now, Wisconsin is showing to be a team that is, they're going to shoot a lot of threes. And you just hope that they're going to be able to make a good portion of those, make a good chunk of those threes. If you look at it from, let me see if I can bring up. So as a team so far this year, they are shooting 32.6% from three. You probably want that. If you're going to be a team that is going to live and die by the three or shoot a lot of three-pointers, you want that to get up a little bit more. You know, Blackwell on the season so far is shooting 37.6 from three. But Nick Boyd is under 30% from three. He's just 29%. Nolan Winters, 28.9% from three. You kind of want to get it up to where Blackwell's number is as a team, especially if you're a team that's going to shoot a lot from behind the arc. And hopefully they get the good bounces in tonight's game against UCLA and pick up that win, because they got that big game with Michigan coming up on Saturday, another huge test. And I think right now when you look at Wisconsin and you kind of like try to sum up their season so far, again, we've kind of been saying it. It's a team that's beaten the teams that they're supposed to and have struggled against teams that are really good so far this year. Can they add a signature win, with UCLA, but also not to get too far ahead of ourselves, but with UCLA, or with Michigan on Saturday? All right. Let's take a quick break. We'll bring in RJ Cardinal. We'll talk some more Badgers with him, talk some hoops with him, talk some hockey with him. But also I want to get RJ's thoughts on the latest in terms of the transfer portal for Wisconsin. They got a shiny new running back. They got a shiny new quarterback, dual threat quarterback. Feel like we've been down this road before when it comes to Badger quarterbacks, and we get excited when we hear about this guy's coming over through the transfer portal. Oh, this is going to be awesome. But how many times has it actually worked out? A lot of Badgers fans probably still waiting for the next Russell Wilson, but let's be fair, too. We didn't know Russell Wilson was going to be Russell Wilson when he first came over. We didn't know that. But that's the bar. We're waiting for that guy, right? So how excited should we be about this quarterback coming from Old Dominion? Let's get RJ's expert thoughts. We'll take a quick break, and we'll bring him aboard coming up in just a few minutes. It feels like it's been a hot minute because it actually has been a hot minute since we talked to our good friend, Mr. R.J. Cardinal, our Badger analyst from down in Madison. It's been a couple weeks, so R.J., good to have you back in the regular flow of things. How you doing, man?
Yeah, pretty good. You had a couple of weeks off there. Not much going on, I guess, so it wasn't like we needed to.
Right.
But yeah, we're moving on and getting ready to start a whole new year of Wisconsin sports, and hopefully, basketball starts catching up to doing some better things. But women's basketball 9-0 right now at home, looking like all you needed is a head coach who didn't physically or mentally abuse you, and crazy how things work out. Allegedly, sorry, nothing's been proven yet. Men's and women's hockey doing their thing, football hitting the transfer portal now. So yeah, we have a stockpile of things we can talk about.
Absolutely, dude. So let's start off actually with a little football, man, because transfer portal, obviously guys coming and going and such. But I want to get your thoughts on, because I've been seeing a lot about our new quarterback from Old Dominion, a dual threat quarterback. I mean, even I saw Barry Alvarez in a clip being excited about this. But I feel like we've been down this path before, RJ, when it comes to transfer quarterbacks and such. But give me a reason, or give me a few reasons why we should be excited about our new quarterback coming over to Wisconsin.
Well, he's a true dual threat quarterback, which I think is more suited towards the offense that they're trying to run here. When you can get a 1,000-yard rusher out of your quarterback position, and over the last 2 years he's had 1,600 yards. It's not too shabby there, but it's a guy who, and in his 2 seasons at Old Dominion, has 24 rushing touchdowns. So he's definitely a dual threat in that sense. The one thing you might want better is his completion percentage, but I was kind of going through some advanced stats, and it's one of those scenarios where there are some drops and whatever other circumstances the given sites use in terms of completion percentage bumped it up from his average is like 59%, so really not that good. Mm-hmm. But you gain about 8% based on other factors and statistics that adjusted completion percentage. So it's getting better, I guess you can say, by metrics, but overall he's a guy who can launch it downfield and has the ability to run, something we haven't seen too much, something that we were supposed to have this year, but once again, the injury bug bit the Badgers, and you didn't have a quarterback for your system. It'll be interesting to see what happens moving forward. Can you be excited? Yes. Most people are now a little more cynical on all the transfer portal stuff because, quite frankly, nothing has seemed to work out so far. So, gotta like what you see out of this pickup, but you can be cautiously optimistic because that's just where we are as a program right now.
So is it safe to say that he is going to be the starter? I know probably they're going to say competition and such, but I mean, would you say he's probably going to be the starter next year?
I would think so, and I think we'll still have another transfer quarterback coming in, especially when you consider Danny O'Neill's situation where who knows when he's going to be back. So you'll need some more bodies in that room. We haven't seen, or at least as of this phone call, I haven't seen Carter Smith put his name in to the transfer portal or anything like that. So I'm not saying there's a quarterback competition there, but when you have a guy who's got 2 years of eligibility and then Carter Smith now has 3 years of eligibility left, it'll be interesting to see what happens there. But I want to say he still stays here. And yeah, you have a situation where you're going to need to add at least one more quarterback, probably two. And then it's still one of those things. A lot of stuff needs to be solved in this transfer portal, as well as the second signing day, because there are still some guys who gave their commitments to Wisconsin for incoming freshmen, but haven't signed yet.
Gotcha.
So there's a combination of still recruiting and transfer portals to fill out a roster that's lost 20 players, and who knows, maybe now that we have our quarterback, and maybe we see, Wisconsin maybe try to go beg Eugene Hilton Jr. And be like, hey, look at this, we got a quarterback who can throw. Hopefully he doesn't get injured. You want to come back? And you can start refilling your wide receiver room. But yeah, right now, still a lot of stuff to put together for fielding a team next year. But at least you got what was your number one quarterback target, and there were multiple schools who were trying to get him. So that probably means Wisconsin is spending money. And I think by having they're at 9 or 10 transfer guys right now, I think. And I'm not sure if I'm including the couple of DBs I saw yesterday. So it'll be interesting to see how things start moving forward as we get deeper into the portal before it closes on the 15th or 16th, one of the two. But yeah, so things are looking all right. And this new cornerbacks coach hire seems to be able to attract guys to come to Wisconsin right now, because I think there's at least one safety, 2 corners, maybe 3 corners. But yeah, there was quite the flurry of commitments and/or signees to Wisconsin in the transfer portal in the first weekend.
Mm-hmm. Tell me a little bit about this new running back too that we got from Iowa State. There seems to be, at least from Badgers fans on social media, it seems to be a lot of excitement surrounding him as well.
Yeah, I hope I'm saying it right. Abu Sama or Sama, but 700-yard rusher last year, while splitting carries. So I mean, that's better than, I believe, our running backs combined last year. So he 732 yards on 140 attempts on the season. And 5 touchdowns, averaged 5.2 yards per carry. That's also better than anybody on the team, I believe, for Wisconsin. But it's a good pickup. And hopefully, with a rebuilt offensive line, you can get a semblance of a running game back, to really help what we are known for. And I mean, granted, we went away from it for 2 years, but yeah, it's a good pickup. We just need to have everything come to fruition that Wisconsin's wishing for, and that whatever this staff is trying to do to reshape things and get things back on a winning edge. So I know they picked up a center from Oklahoma State over the weekend, and so I mean, you're rebuilding the line there, because Joe Brunner left for Illinois yesterday. Yeah. Renfro, not Brunner. Thank you. So he'll be playing his 7th year with the Illini, and yeah, so it's a good pickup. I like it, and it'll be interesting to see what kind of splits he has here at Wisconsin, because right now it's really just him and Darian Dupree. So because we're not sure where Gideon Atuka is in his comeback from his trip to the hospital in Indiana, so need to rebuild that room, wide receivers, O-line. They brought in two or three tight ends, So yeah, it'll be interesting to see how the rest of this plays out, because there needs to be some D linemen here, and in talking to Zach Heilprin from the camp and Jesse Temple, and really listening to that podcast, these guys are buying in on Wisconsin's issues last year was we had half the teams in the quarterfinals on our schedule this year. We had injuries that were they hampered us the entire year, and they are picking up on the vision that the coaches are selling them on. They are and they're coming to Wisconsin, whether that's because what the athletic department actually said is true, of we're investing a lot more in football. Hopefully that is the case. But I mean, if we can do it, might as well try to get the players in here that can help turn things around. And right now, I know most of it I've seen are people like, why are we getting so excited for a bunch of 3-stars? You know what? Wisconsin never used to care about stars. They used to find football players. And if we're finding football players who are here, sure, they're getting paid to be here, but if they're a 3-star and they're making money, I mean, look at Indiana right now. Not a lot of those guys, they're transfers. Not a lot of them are 4- and 5-star transfers, and they're one win away from playing in the college football championship game, and that's in 2 years. So all this of people saying give him time to get his guys in here, that time was his year 1, and it didn't work out. His year 2, and it didn't work out. His year 3, and it didn't work out. Like, you have one last shot to get your guys in here and make it work. Otherwise, I think we find that he can recruit and his staff can recruit, but there is no coaching ability on this staff if you cannot develop guys. So, yeah, it'll be an interesting season to see, because, quite frankly, I mean, it's the number 5 transfer portal class right now as of yesterday. So not sure with any additions if that's changing or who has signed anybody else. So, that's in flux up until the end of the transfer portal, and we'll see what happens. And I mean, there'll be greater guys or perceived guys who will sign near the end of the portal, or even, I mean, really they can sign afterwards too. It's just they have to be in the portal by then. So that'll be in flux until, the season starts or spring ball starts, because people will have to be enrolled if they want to start learning their playbook for their new team. So yeah, interesting time, and we'll see how it all plays out.
So it sounds like, just to kind of sum it up, you kind of like what Wisconsin has been able to do so far in the transfer portal, right?
Yeah, they've gotten some productive tight ends, a dual threat quarterback, a center to replace an outgoing center, a few DBs, you're a running back to help get that back in there. One wide receiver from Oklahoma State, and yeah, I'm liking what I'm seeing. It now just becomes, what can these guys do once they get here? And we can't really do I'm really hyped, this is going to be great. It's like, awesome, they picked Wisconsin, now get to work.
Right, yeah. Let's switch over to basketball. We got Badger men's basketball back in action tonight, taking on UCLA at the Kohl Center. The Badgers coming off of a loss against Purdue back on Saturday. RJ, it seems like when you look at both these teams, maybe kind of similar starts to the season, because when you look at Wisconsin and the teams they've lost to, I mean, they're ranked teams, they're really good teams, and you kind of look at UCLA and it's kind of been the same thing. Is that something you kind of see too? And I mean, Is Wisconsin essentially a team that is going to live and die by the three so far this year? Because you look at that game against Purdue and they stunk from three, and they lost by 16 points in that game.
Yeah, and it could have been so much worse because at one point I think it was 73-48.
Yeah.
So it was much worse at one point. But yeah, it definitely live and die by the three. I think we know that now. So it's one where get used to it. There's a bunch of people who, watched last year and the threes were going in. And everybody's like, yay, this is awesome. I can't believe we're in a modern offense. And now everybody's like, well, I missed the swing because at least it had structure and they were scoring points even if they couldn't make threes. And this is what it's going to be. Yeah, and right now you have absolutely no defense either. So when the threes aren't falling, you're going to dig yourself into some pretty big holes, especially since nobody's crashing the boards after the threes are missed. It's a season where, I think before the Purdue game, and not looking back at any of the results, but I saw a tweet from somebody that said the combined losses for the opponents Wisconsin has lost to this year is 1.
Wow.
So I think that has now changed. So I mean, it's still a very low single digit.
Yeah.
But you lost to a couple undefeated teams, so I mean, you've lost to pretty good teams that have some big firepower, and like you said, so that's been what like UCLA's losses have been too. So hopefully against a team that is perceived to be on your level or a team you should beat, you can take care of business, and hopefully the threes fall tonight while you're at home. But I mean, you're at home last weekend and that didn't happen. So it'll be really interesting to see, because yes, it's hard to say now because you don't have any semblance of a defense. And big guys can't go down low and bang for you and get the rebounds and all that kind of stuff. I mean, you even had Nick Boyd basically calling somebody out and say, that's got to be yours. And, so like guys are getting fed up with each other. But it's one of those, it's a live by the three, die by the three. And on a game-to-game basis, we're not going to know what's going to happen. So it's become a moot point to even try to pick a game.
Yeah.
Be like, this is Wisconsin, hands down, because of X, Y, and Z. If Wisconsin makes baskets, they'll win a game. If they don't, cross your fingers and maybe close your eyes.
Well, you mentioned it a little bit earlier, though, too. I mean, shout out to the women's basketball team. You said undefeated at home. They're 9-0 at home. They're off to an 11-4 start to begin the year. I know, before the season started, there were some question marks about whether it was a good hire for their new head coach and such. And I know it's still kind of, just the first 15 games into the season. But everything that we've seen so far, RJ, I mean, would you say two thumbs up so far from what you've seen with this program?
Yeah, I can't see how you would say no. I mean, you had a 9-point loss to number 13 Ole Miss. You had a 3-point loss to Marquette, probably when you should have won. I don't know how good James Madison is this year, but you lost by 19 there. And your other loss was a blowout by number 7 Maryland. I mean, in women's basketball, we still know between ranked and unranked teams there is a vast talent difference.
Yeah.
Even going on the road against Rutgers, I think they were down like 19 or 20 at one point and came back for a 7-point win on New Year's Day. So, then you held off Penn State, who in the final 2 minutes couldn't miss a 3 to save their life. Like, if somebody flat out told them, miss this and you'll live, it was going in. So, like, Penn State would have died because they couldn't miss threes. So they held on and beat a 500 at the time Penn State team. Got Purdue coming up this week sometime, Friday, Thursday, one of those. So still this week, not the weekend yet. And that'll be a home game, chance to go to 10-0 at home. Hopefully we can see that happen, because then you travel to Ann Arbor, and that's another ranked team. So, hopefully some good can come there. But 1-4 on the road so far. And yeah, we'll see how this team keeps playing out. But, having 11 wins right now is, we've talked about it. It's vastly better than what we've seen in a long time. So it's good to see. It'll be interesting to see when people start heading back to the Kohl Center to watch these games. When you've been kind of historically bad for as long as they have been, it's going to take a while to earn the trust and dollars back from the fans who once went. But right. Those fans are also the ones who will tell you, well, why didn't you go to games? Now, let's hold our horses here. There weren't a lot of fans going in the first place. Why aren't you the ones who were going to the games, going back to the games yet?
Right.
So it's kind of that double-edged sword of what's going on with the WNBA right now, where there's a lot of finger pointing, but there's really only one fan base that really should be going to games, and we'll see if that starts happening.
Right. Yeah. Hockey's going to get back in action to kind of start to wrap this up, RJ. It's been practically a month since we've last seen the women's team, so they're going to be going up against Minnesota Duluth this weekend, and then the men's team, they're going to be back at it, taking on Alaska at the Kohl Center, Alaska Anchorage. But the women's team, 18-1-1, excuse me. Then the men's team off to another good start here, 13-3-2. Is this kind of like would you say the second half of the season for both these teams?
Yeah, you're coming back. If you haven't played, the men, I don't think they've played all the Big Ten teams yet. So you'll be coming back, and the only real game I think I've seen them outclassed this year was that 7-1 loss to, no, not 7-1, 4-1. Wow. They were not. Western Michigan was number 7 and beat Wisconsin 4-1, and after Wisconsin scored the first goal, Western Michigan kind of just looked like the better team. Now in rankings, Wisconsin dropped from 2 to 3, even though they're 3-1 against the number 1 and 2 teams in the nation. So you tell me, that's a little weird. I didn't see where Western Michigan jumped up to, but I assume they moved up if they, beat the number 3 team in the country. But yeah, coming back against a historical WCHA rival in Alaska Anchorage this Friday and Saturday should be a good matchup. I still remember, and I don't know why it happened, but after a series sweep against Alaska Anchorage, I can't remember if I was still in school or if it was shortly after school, but something was said during the handshake line, and it looked like Christmas out there on the ice, because Alaska Anchorage is green, white, and yellow, and Wisconsin's red and white. So a lot of equipment scattered all over the place, and I believe there were some suspensions after the game, and some people had to miss the next series. But following weekend after that, Michigan State comes to town, so a chance to get a series or a season sweep on them when they come back home. So yeah, second half for the men. Women have, I guess, really been on the second half since December 6th. Been waiting for that second half to start. So almost like over 31 days between games. So hopefully you don't get any tight legs or anything like that, but they'll be up in Duluth this weekend, and hopefully moving through January through February to to continue to be the number one seed in the WCHA first round at the end of February. So looking forward to it, and hopefully a bunch of winning hockey coming our way.
All right, RJ, before I let you go, I got to ask you for your picks on who you think is going to be in the national championship. It starts Thursday, Miami taking on Ole Miss, and then Oregon versus Indiana, Big Ten. How do you see these games going?
Well, one way or another, we're having a Big Ten team in there, so that's pretty awesome. Hopefully, I'd like to see Miami win just to not have to worry about an SEC team and that whole conference beating their chest. But I really think Ole Miss actually has the chance to win, and I find it hilarious. I'd really like to know what LSU said to Lane Kiffin to get him to leave a team that really is on the verge of possibly winning the national championship. Unless it was solely just dollars or what they're willing to spend come the transfer portal and season, or just money going towards the team. I do like it how a few of the key players have already announced they're going back to Ole Miss. They're not following him to LSU, and you also have a lot of players who are now seeing Lane Kiffin probably for what he is, where in social media he's taking all of the attention away from Ole Miss and putting it on himself, trying to say, this is what I said and all that, and all the players coming out and being like, that's not what you said, dude.
Yeah.
And this guy's a big phony and all that. So, like, there's his ex-players who probably would have taken a bullet for him a month ago are now basically in total rebel mode, if and saying, yeah, this guy, he ain't it, and will go to war with I forget the name of the coach who's still there now, but the guy who is not even the interim. They're like, you're the next head coach. So they're with him. They're staying with him, at least as of right now. And there's even players announcing they're coming back to play for Ole Miss next year. So that shows you Ole Miss has money they're willing to throw around as well. But so hopefully Miami, but I'm saying Ole Miss. And I just like the story. Give me Indiana in that other game. They already when they played, they upset Oregon, I believe, even though I think it was a top 5 matchup at the time. So I'll take Indiana and Ole Miss in the national championship game.
I like it. He's RJ Cardinal, our Badger analyst down in Madison. Dude, appreciate the time. Good to catch up with you again, man. Have a fantastic rest of your week, and we'll catch up again soon, okay?
Sounds good. We will talk to you later.
You got it. There you go. There's RJ Cardinal joining us here this morning. We got to take a quick break, and then we'll be back to start to wrap up the third and final hour coming up after these quick words. Just a quick heads up, we are going to have to take another quick break just to play a little catch-up before we get to the final hour here. But not really Packers related, but it is football related. The Dallas Cowboys letting go of their defensive coordinator, Matt Eberflus. So Matt Eberflus on the outs in Dallas. He'll be looking for a new job wherever that's going to be. So I'm sure in the coming days, probably more today, probably more in the next few days and such, we're going to see more coordinators, more. Maybe I don't know if there'll be another head coach let go at this point. Maybe, possibly, but I think right now this might be it. Sounds like the Dolphins are keeping Mike McDaniel. Obviously, the Bengals are keeping their guy. So unless there is maybe a little bit of a surprise one, Tampa Bay, it sounds like they're keeping Todd Bowles. So kind of that's where we're at right now. So we've got, the Giants looking for a head coach. We've got the Browns looking for a head coach. The Falcons, the Cardinals, the Titans, and the Raiders. We're at 6. Which one of those? Let me just let's pretend that you listening right now is a prospective head coaching candidate in the NFL. And you had your pick of the litter. You had to pick one of these 6. Okay? Don't say pass. Which situation, which job would you say is the most attractive? Is it the Giants? They're keeping their GM, which may be kind of a turnoff. Jackson Dart, Malik Neighbors, solid defensive front. Is it Cleveland? You know you got a good defense. Questions at the quarterback spot, though, including Shedeur Sanders. Do you want to deal with that? Atlanta, you got weapons on offense, maybe a quarterback in Michael Penix. Got some young, intriguing options there, right? But is that attractive for you? You probably would have a new GM to work with. Tennessee, Cam Ward. You're going to have a lot of cap space, another high draft pick. GM's already in place. Is it the Cardinals? Again, maybe some quarterback question marks there. And then the Raiders, who are really probably building from scratch now. You're probably going to be I shouldn't say probably, maybe going to be losing Max Crosby, quarterback, up in the air. Tom Brady is a boss. Which one of those jobs do you think is most attractive? Let me know. Just kind of a fun question there. All right. Let me take my final break here for this hour. Then we'll hit up the final hour of the program. So playing a little catch up here. Going to do that. But hit me up with those picks. Text on over 715-830-1912 or comment on the video stream. We'll be right back after these quick words. All right, we only got about 30 seconds to the shot clock. Cuts me off really quick. Catching up on a couple of messages here. Brent says, hopefully the quarterback from Old Dominion's got good legs and stays healthy. A couple texts on that Shoe Doctor's bullpen line. Richie says, Atlanta or Tennessee, I'm leaning towards the Titans. When we asked the question a little bit earlier, too, who's going to be who has to be the James Starks of the Packers this year, that 2010 playoff run? Steve from Eau Claire says he is going to take a flyer and go with Trayvon Diggs. Back on YouTube, I think I mentioned it before, but Brent said Savion Williams. So keep those picks coming, all right? Keep those coming as well. Final hour coming up after this news update. All right, the final hour kicking off right now on this Tuesday morning of January 6th. Thanks for hanging out with us all morning long. I'm going to get back to some more Packers-Bears chat as we get set for this wild card playoff game between these two iconic franchises, these two rival franchises. So we'll get back to that here in just a little bit. Got a couple more picks here for Atlanta, the job you'd rather, if you were a head coach, or I should say a prospective head coach, NFL head coach, prospective NFL head coach, which job would you rather have that's available right now? We got a couple picks for Atlanta. Do have a couple picks for the Giants. Did have one for the Raiders, and I did have a couple for Tennessee. So if it were me, here's the thing. I kind of want to pick the Giants because I think they've got some intriguing pieces there. The thing that is taking me away from the Giants is the general manager. Like, the general manager, I think, is already on a hot seat, and they're keeping him for another year. So that almost takes it away from me. Like, I kind of want to pick the Giants, but I'm nervous about the general manager staying in place that has made some questionable decisions already. Cleveland, for me, is not in it. I like their defense. You know, they got some nice pieces around, but I don't know what's going on with the quarterback position, and I don't know if it's an owner-forced thing when it comes to the quarterback. Like, do they want Shedeur? Does it have to be Shedeur? What's Dylan Gabriel's stats? Like, I don't know if I want – and of course, the big one is Deshaun Watson. Are the owners going to force Deshaun Watson on it? I don't know. I don't want to be a part of that. So I'm taking Cleveland off of this. Raiders, I got to take the Raiders off because that one's going to be a project, I think. And will the Raiders be patient enough? You know, I like Ashton Genty, but if Max Crosby's gone, I think you're in a rebuild mode there. Maybe if they're willing to be patient, but do you trust franchises to be patient in that? So I don't think I can go with the Raiders for this one. So they're off my list. Tennessee's intriguing because even with they changed their structure up a little bit with their general manager and their director of football operations. So they changed that up, but they're still fairly new. So I don't think they're going anywhere. So that one I would be open to. You have to believe in the quarterback. You have to believe in Cam Ward. If you believe in Cam Ward, then maybe you got something there. Jeffrey Simmons on the defensive line, a ton of salary cap space. I would imagine to be aggressive in free agency. You look at quick turnarounds in the AFC South. I mean, I think it's going to continue to be tough against Houston with that defense. Jacksonville's up on the rise. Colts, we'll see what they do. So maybe a little bit of a tough division, but maybe you kind of look at it like, well, that division's kind of always been in flux here for a little bit, but I'd be open to that one for sure, as long as you believe in Cam Ward being your guy. I think you've got to invest in offensive line in that too. Atlanta, the fact that you're going to be paired up with a new GM. The thing that worries me a little bit with Atlanta is they're hiring two different consulting firms, one to hire to find the GM and the other, a different one, to find the coach, which I would want to make sure that I'm on the same page with the general manager. So I don't know if it would be two separate entities coming together and saying, all right, you two must work together, have to work together. You know what I mean? Like, it's not necessarily the GM interviewing the coach and kind of getting a feel. That one makes me a little bit nervous. The other thing that makes me nervous is the whole Kirk Cousins and Michael Penix talk in there. A little bit of an uncertainty. I think it's going to be Michael Penix, but what do you do with Kirk Cousins? I like the weapons. If I'm an offensive-minded head coach, and I would be intrigued. I think if you're Atlanta, maybe like a Kevin Stefanski type, you like a Drake London, you like Bijan Robinson, you like Kyle Pitts. You got a couple of younger guys on the defensive side here too. There's definitely some intrigue. And I think, hey, you look at the NFC South, and maybe you're looking at that as an opportunity to make a jump. And I think you have an owner that is committed to wanting to win right now, Arthur Blank. So that's a draw, I would say. The only thing that makes me a little bit nervous is that whole GM head coach structure and how they're going through the recruiting or the search process, I should say. And then, so we talked Giants. We did Giants. We did what's the one I'm missing here? We did Titans. We did the Cardinals. No, I'm not intrigued with that Cardinals one. The ownership makes me nervous with Arizona. Again, you have quarterback questions up and down. I don't like that Arizona situation. And then you look at the division too, and I'm not saying you should shy away from, competition within and such. But if you are, we're kind of playing this game because if you are a coach that's in position to kind of choose your destination, I don't think Arizona's in a really good spot. So, yeah, I think by default then it's probably Tennessee and Atlanta. Again, I want to pick the Giants because I think they got some young, nice pieces. I don't like the fact that they're keeping their GM, a GM that's already kind of made some questionable decisions during his tenure there. And I believe he's going to be on a hot seat. And if the GM's going to hire the coach and say it's off to a slow start, GM's going to be gone. Does that mean the coach then is going to be shortly after that, or whoever the new GM is going to be is like, okay, they're going to have a decision. They might want to bring in their own guy. That would make me nervous. That would make me nervous. So, yeah, I want to pick Giants. I can't. So, and then because I know the Dolphins, they have requested. Obviously, from the Packers side of things, the big name out there is Jeff Hafley. But if you look at it from a front office perspective, Green Bay might lose one of their top front office members during this hiring cycle. John Eric Sullivan. He was getting some interviews last year. And the Dolphins have already requested to interview him for their general manager position. He has been with the team for a little over 20 years. He is their vice president of player personnel. He was apparently instrumental in bringing in Jordan Love, drafting Jordan Love. I mean, he has worked his way up the system in Green Bay since being an intern in the early 2000s, a scouting intern in the 2000s. He's kind of, Brian Gutekunst's right-hand man. And that's a name, if you're going to hear, I haven't really heard Russ Ball's name much for general managers, and I wonder if that's kind of died down over the last couple of years because he's been so focused on the business side of things. Salary cap and such. But, what kind of keep in tune with that name out there too, that Packers might also not only lose their defensive coordinator to a potential head coaching job, but John Eric Sullivan, their vice president of player personnel, might be a guy that a lot of teams are going to take a look at. I mean, you look at across the league right now. A lot of these decision makers, GMs, they've got Green Bay ties. Seattle, look at Seattle. John Schneider, De Pere native. Wisconsin, Packers, former Packer. Obviously, he's been with Seattle for a while now, won a Super Bowl with them. But the job that he has done with the top-seeded Seahawks. Elliott Wolf, with what he has helped do this year with the Patriots. Elliott Wolf, Ron Wolf's kid, finally getting his shots with the Patriots. He's done a fantastic job as well. So it's been like this for years. Teams looking for general managers, looking for front office people. They look at Green Bay, the structure there. There's been a ton of success. And don't be surprised if other teams look at Green Bay again look at their front office and look at potential people to kind of pluck off of that. Let's talk some more Packers Bears as we get set for this playoff matchup. been kind of doing a little bit of a countdown to keys to victory each day. Yesterday, my key to victory was touchdowns in the red zone, scoring touchdowns, have to score touchdowns and not settle for field goals. My second key to victory, talked a little bit about it early on in the first hour. We'll revisit that. Got to take a quick break, though. But we'll be right back after these few words. Just a few days away from the NFL playoffs beginning, and the second game, obviously, is going to be Packers Bears Saturday night, 7 p.m. kickoff. So we've been kind of doing a little bit of a countdown each day here. Kind of a key to victory, a main key to victory, at least in my opinion, what I think is a main key to victory for the Pack in this game against the Chicago Bears. Yesterday, talked a little bit about touchdowns in the red zone, not settling for field goals. Bears defense, bend, don't break. I mean, you can look at the first couple of Packers-Bears matchups this season and get a glimpse. I mean, Packers at times had opportunities to get in the end zone and didn't and settle for field goals or turnovers. You look at this last weekend's game against the Lions. Lions, it felt like they were dominating, right? Just moving the ball, but settling for field goals, allowing Chicago to get back in this game. So that was my key from yesterday. My key today now is pretty simple. I shouldn't say pretty simple. It's not simple to do. It's not really earth-shattering or bold prediction or anything like that. Stopping the run. I mean, Chicago's the third best. They finished the regular season third best in running the football. And if I polled Packers fans listening right now, what is your biggest concern about your team? I would say run defense is probably going to be fairly high. And what Baltimore and Derrick Henry did in running the football is probably still very fresh in your minds, and I hope it is still fresh in Jeff Hafley's mind and that defense's mind. Because if I'm Hafley, if I'm this defensive staff, I have got to figure out a way to slow down the run, to stop the run. I have to figure out a way. You're going up against a really good offensive line in Chicago. Tip of the cap to the Chicago Bears finally in the offseason addressing one of their biggest needs throughout the years, and that was offensive line. And they did that. And lo and behold, look what happens when you have a capable, good offensive line. You can run the football. You can actually have, a good passing game. You can do a lot of things with your offense if you have a good offensive line. And it's one of the best in the NFL. And now you're going up against a Packers defensive line that has lost their best defensive tackle, has lost their best edge rusher. It's going to be tough. So what does this Packers defense have to do to stop this running attack from reaching the second and third levels of the defense? They might have to be more aggressive from their linebackers. McDuffie, Walker, Cooper. It might burn them a couple times. But they may have to be a little bit more aggressive in trying to, read and diagnosing and just going and hitting a hole and hoping they make that play instead of, maybe kind of being a little cautious and waiting and hopefully bringing down the ball carrier at the second level. But then that's like 5 yards, 2nd and 5. Green Bay has to win on those early downs. They have to put Chicago in a 3rd and long situation. Because if it's 3rd and short, it's 2-down territory. We know this. And I wouldn't be surprised if, Ben Johnson might even be a little bit more aggressive. I think it is killing him right now. Bugging the crap out of him right now. There's that viral clip of him that they didn't go for it on 4th and 5th. If you're a lip reader, I'm not, but apparently other lip readers out there say that he's saying, should have went for it. That's probably going to be in his mind in this game. So, if Chicago's in a 3rd and short situation, for a fact it's going to be 2-down territory. Green Bay has to win 1st and 2nd down. Absolutely has to. And it starts by stopping the run. And I think they might have to be a little bit more aggressive with their linebackers and not allowing those ball carriers to get to the second level. They have to be able to contain the edge, setting the edge. I think, when we get to it Friday and we do our keys to, key players or players who got to have a game, there's going to be a lot. In fact, I would say there's 53 players. I shouldn't say 53 because some of them are inactive. 45, 46 players that are players who got to have a game here for Green Bay. But you're looking at those linebackers of a McDuffie and a Quay Walker and an Edgerrin Cooper. I'm looking at those guys as they got to lead the way on this defensive side. Evan Williams, I'd throw in there too, just because he has been so good at coming up and stopping a lot of explosive runs. He was such a key factor in that first Bears game and in limiting explosive runs. But whether it's trying to stop Swift or Kyle from hitting the edge or going up the middle, these linebackers have to be key. They're going to be key in stopping the run at the line of scrimmage. They're going to be key from stopping that running back from getting to that third level into the secondary. Stop the run. Stop the run. Stop the run. You get that. If Chicago's having success in running the football, that play action game, Roma Dunze may be back. You got DJ Moore. You got Luther Burden. You got Loveland. You got Cole Kmet. Both those guys at tight end. They want to get into that play action game. Offense can help out in this too. Packers offense can help out and do a little bit of their part. Do a little bit of the complementary football with this. How? One, goes back to our first key from yesterday. Score touchdowns. Especially if Chicago's going to do their little thing where maybe they start off a little slow. And then there's cardiac Caleb in the fourth quarter. Well, put them in a big hole right away. Not, 10. I don't think 10 is even a big hole. Because I think if anything, if Chicago's down 10, even heading into the third quarter, Ben Johnson isn't going to completely abandon the run. He doesn't panic like that. I'm talking like 17, 20. But score touchdowns. Get them into that deep hole. The other part, win time of possession. Control the clock. Give your defense a breather. If it happens to be where your defense is on the field for a 6-7 minute drive, don't go out there 3 and out right away. They're good. That Packers defense is going to get worked. This is not a great matchup for this Packers defense, for as banged up as they are and some question marks around. This is just not. Yeah, they've had some decent success in these two games, and they can look back at that and see what worked in that. But when you look at it from paper and such, it's still a lot of advantages point to Chicago's offense. But the Packers offense can help their defense out by having those long extended drives, coming away with touchdowns when they get into the end zone, not settling for field goals. Complementary football is what has to happen for the Packers to win this game. Has to. Green Bay could do it. They could do it. Will they? I just, is Jonathan Ford going to be that much of a difference maker and clogging up the run? Did Green Bay find contributions from some guys in that game against Minnesota where they're going to be like, hey, let's give them more opportunities? I don't know. But even, we're focused on the running backs here too. Caleb Williams can run. I don't know, do you throw out a full-on spy on him when it's 3rd and 7 and there's nothing there, but hey, he can hit the edge and pick up that first down? Because I'm sorry, there's no Micah Parsons out there to chase him down, to run him down. Rashawn Gary ain't catching him. Micah Parsons could. Rashawn Gary's not going to catch him. So do you have to dedicate a defender just to watch Caleb moving around the pocket? It's a tough test. It is a very tough test for this defense. But I think if Green Bay can, again, combine these first two keys, scoring right away, scoring touchdowns right away, stopping the run, to where if they get into the fourth quarter and Green Bay's got a lead, let's say 17 points, then you're kind of forcing Chicago to get into that passing game. And it's not to say Chicago doesn't have a bad passing game. I mean, we've seen Caleb Williams in the offense making some amazing comebacks and throws too. But if Green Bay can get in that fourth quarter with like a 17, I mean, Detroit had a 16-point lead, right? Going in this, I think it was a 16-point lead going in the fourth. And they were able to tie that up. All right, let's take a quick break. Who's the James Starks of this team? Who has to be the James Starks of this Packers team? We've got Tim in the Cooley region saying Luke Musgrave has to be the player to have an impact in the playoffs like James Starks did. Blocking and down the middle passing would have a big impact on the game. We'll take a quick break. I'll make my pick. Can be offense, can be defense. We'll hit that up coming up in just a few minutes. So who's got to be the James Starks of this Packers season? If the Packers were going to go on a run in the postseason, who's going to be that one player that maybe kind of comes out of nowhere? Just to kind of do a little bit of a flashback, throwback to 2010. Remember James Starks? I think he made his debut as a rookie in that 49ers game. I know his running game was struggling a little bit for Green Bay. Ryan Grant going down with an injury. Brandon Jackson was still there. And we were kind of waiting. I remember that season kind of waiting for this 6th-round pick out of Buffalo to make his debut. Like we were throwing our eggs in the basket of this running back that we didn't quite know a whole lot about. And then you can make the case, do the Packers make the playoffs, advance in the playoffs, win a Super Bowl without James Starks? I don't think you can. He was an integral part to this. Had a great game in Philadelphia in that wild card game, over 100 yards rushing. So I was thinking about this last night, and I'm like, okay, so who would be, if there was a guy on this team that could be like pull a James Starks that kind of came on or finally made his debut maybe in late regular season, but had an impact in the postseason? Who would that be? So I like that Savion Williams pick that we had on YouTube a little bit earlier. I like Luke Musgrave's a solid pick. I'll do one from the offense and one from the defense. Now, these are going to be, I'm going to go a little bold in one of these. Because I don't know I don't know if he's going to get a lot of opportunities. But defensively, I'm going to go with Barron Sorrell. I really liked what he did in that game against Minnesota. You got a rookie that wants to go out there and prove his worth. He's got the energy. And he was active in a lot of phases, whether it was getting after the quarterback and putting some pressures on him, but he was involved in some tackles at the line of scrimmage and such. Why not? Why not give that guy a shot out there? Maybe a little Colin Oliver, too. Colin Oliver might kind of be the James Starks a little bit, because if you go back to 2010, Starks was injured, and that's why he missed a big portion of the season. Colin Oliver, same thing, injured, finally get some game action. So maybe it's Colin Oliver to really fit that James Starks. Hell, yeah, I'll change it. Why not? I'll just go really bold here. Colin Oliver, just because it almost fits exactly how James Starks made his debut. Although Colin was a little bit later than what Starks did. Offensively, I hate to say this because he's a first-round pick, but maybe Matthew Golden. Again, I don't know with opportunities and such, because you got Christian Watson, you got Jane Reed, you got Romeo Dobbs. We'll see about Wicks and the concussion. I like the Savion Williams pick. I think that's a sneaky one. I don't know about Matthew Golden, though. For a season that has been pretty quiet, been banged up, but, first-round pick, a lot of excitement surrounding him, thinking, hey, let's we're going to have a really, really, we finally draft a wide receiver in the first round. There's a ton of excitement, probably some super high expectations. I had high expectations for him, and it hasn't lived up to that. I'm not ready to... I really hope, and I know there's going to be some, but I really hope that there's not a lot of Packers fans out there saying, bust or anything like that with Matthew Golden. But wouldn't it be awesome? I mean, wouldn't it be just really cool to see Matthew Golden all of a sudden just light it up in the postseason? Hasn't scored a touchdown in the regular season, but gets a couple in the postseason. Why not? Why not? Let's just unleash him. So, yeah, I'm going to go a couple opposite-ended picks here, but both rookies. Colin Oliver, who finally made his debut. Again, I don't see how much of an opportunity he's going to get, but we'll see. And then I'll go Matthew Golden. That's who I'll go with. Why not? Why not? But got some good picks. I could totally see Luke Musgrave. I could totally see Savion Williams. I could totally see There was another one in here, too. A Diggs. I mean, you could throw Diggs in there, too, like Steve from Eau Claire. I can see that. Just joining the team. We need some help at that cornerback spot, right? I mean, that would kind of fit a James Starks role. Packers needed some help in the running game. In steps in this rookie James Starks. Maybe a similar path to the cornerback position. Packers need some help at that corner position. In steps in a veteran. Maybe he's a Howard Green-esque type of player for this. I don't know. But, you know, I always I shouldn't say I always hate. I don't always like to draw comparisons from year to year because I think every team's different. Every year's different, especially when it's almost 15 years ago. It is 15 years ago. But, you know, that was a team. What was everybody talking about? Man, all the injuries. Man, you know, they're decimated with injuries. Oh, Rodgers in his third year starting. Jordan Love's in his third year starting. You know, everybody's trying to draw parallels to that. So if we are, all right, who's going to be that James Starks? Who's going to be that Howard Green? You know, is Jonathan Ford going to be the Howard Green? Who's going to be the Frank Zombos and the Eric Waldens? The Charlie Pepperas, the Jarrett Bush, you know, Donald Lee, those guys. Desmond Bishop, I think, you know, for that guy, he kind of gets underrated for how valuable he was to that team, stepping up for Nick Barnett. I mean, Desmond Bishop was the special teams guy. But whenever he would be on defense, it was like, oh, man, he's bringing a little bit. You know, just you're waiting for his opportunity. Nick Barnett gets hurt. Desmond Bishop steps in, and Desmond Bishop was a dude. And then suffers that gruesome hamstring injury. Was it 2 years later, I think? And credit to where credit's due, A.J. Hawk played his butt off that year, which got him that new contract. A.J. Hawk was awesome down the stretch for Green Bay. You know, guys went down with injuries, but other guys stood up. I mean, think about it. That season, you had Clay Matthews, who finished, I believe it was second in Defensive Player of the Year voting. I still remember this. You know, social media was still in its infancy, but there was reports, you know, when that award was going to be announced that it was reported that Clay Matthews had won it. And ended up being wrong. It was Troy Polamalu. But think about it. You know, we talk about having two pass rushers. Clay Matthews, and then it was like Frank Zombo, Eric Walden. You know, those guys. I think Eric Walden, you know, had a sack, a big-time sack in that final regular season game against the Bears. But then doesn't play the Super Bowl. He's hurt. Frank Zombo steps in. Just think about that. It was Clay Matthews and then rotation. Granted, you had a young B.J. Raji up front. Cullen Jenkins was a solid player up there. You had Ryan Pickett. And then, of course, Howard Green. All right, we got to take a quick break. We'll start to wrap it up. We got some picks to make. Badger basketball's in action tonight. We'll do that and some other games. We've got a good, decent slate of some college basketball games. So if you got to stay in, maybe with a lot of the activities canceled because of the weather, if you got to stay in, looks like there's some decent college basketball games on tonight, including that Badger UCLA one. So we'll pick that and some other games as well. So quick break, and we'll be back in a few minutes to wrap up this Tuesday morning. Wrapping things up here on this Tuesday morning. Let's get to some picks, shall we? Let's start it off in the let's do the NBA world first. Cleveland taking on the Pacers of Indiana. I am going to go with Cleveland to pick up the win tonight. Orlando at Washington. Give me the Magic. We've got Spurs, Memphis. Give me San Antonio. The Heat taking on the Timberwolves. I'm going to go with the Timberwolves tonight. So, Lakers, New Orleans. Give me the Lakers. Dallas, Sacramento. I will roll with the Mavericks for tonight's game. Let's move over to some hockey. We got Vancouver taking on Buffalo. I'm going to go with Buffalo. Colorado taking on Tampa Bay. Give me the Avalanche. Anaheim at Philly. Come on, I got to go with the Mighty Ducks. Dallas taking on Carolina. Give me the Hurricanes. New Jersey and the Islanders of New York. I will go with the Devils. Panthers taking on Toronto. Give me Florida. Vegas taking on Winnipeg. Give me the Knights. Nashville, Edmonton. Give me Edmonton. Columbus and the Sharks of San Jose. I'll go San Jose. And then my Kraken welcoming Boston. Come on, got to go with the Kraken. Got to go with the Kraken. So let's move over to college basketball. We got number 6 Duke taking on number 20 Louisville in Louisville. I am going to go with Duke. I'll go with Duke. So we've got Gonzaga taking on Florida. Georgia taking on Florida. Number 18, Georgia taking on Florida. Florida is actually a 9.5-point favorite in this one too. So I'm gonna take Florida in this one. We've got. Let's go through the line here. Can do the Huggins game. Cincinnati and West Virginia. If you know your old college basketball coaches. Yeah, I'll go West Virginia in this one. How about St. John's and Butler? Give me St. John's. We got Iowa, number 19, Iowa taking on Minnesota. Give me Iowa. Number 25, UCF taking on Oklahoma State. At Oklahoma State, I'm going to go Oklahoma State. Texas Tech, number 14, taking on number 7, Houston. Give me Houston. Texas at number 21, Tennessee. Yeah, give me Tennessee. TCU taking on 22, Kansas. I'm going to go Kansas. Let's go. Yeah, I think that's about it. So UCLA at Wisconsin. Wisconsin is favored by 3.5 in this game. 8 o'clock tip time. I'm going to go Wisconsin. I'll go with the Badgers, picking up the W today or tonight. 8 o'clock, really late game. So, but I think they bounce back and pick up a win. Considering they got Michigan coming up here too, it's going to be, this is a tough stretch here, but it's going to be tough all season long for Wisconsin in this conference. So, all right. Just seeing do we have any more football news popping up before we shut the mics off here for the rest of the today. So, Okay, so I mentioned John Eric Sullivan as a candidate for the Dolphins job. Albert Breer just about 40 minutes ago said Dolphins would interview Packers Vice President of Player Personnel John Eric Sullivan for their open GM job today. So he's getting it done right away today. Jeff Hafley, by the way, I know yesterday I was trying to figure out, wasn't sure time-wise. I know they had changed it and such about when they could interview for teams that are getting ready for wild card round. Hafley can interview for jobs starting next week. So if anybody's wondering why his name hasn't been brought up for interviews for this week, it looks like, according to the timeline and such, it looks like he can start to interview next week for prospective jobs. So, because somebody did ask how come Hafley's name isn't being mentioned in a lot of this stuff. So that's why. All right, coming up tomorrow as we're halfway through the week. We'll do another key to victory for Packers taking on the I was going to say Cowboys because I got Cowboys on my mind because there's people talking about Brian Flores potentially being the defensive coordinator for the Cowboys now. But tomorrow we'll do another deep dive into a key of victory between Packers and Bears, so we'll hit that up. To kind of refresh it, we've done red zone touchdowns. We've done stopping the run. We got a few more. Obviously, there's probably more than 5 keys to victory, but I want to deep dive into each one of these as we get set for this playoff game and such. So we'll hit that up. Also coming up tomorrow is Wildcard Wednesday, where you, the listener, can act as a pseudo producer. Where if you got a topic idea that you want to throw out to the rest of our armchair MVPs, please let me know. Please send those on over. If I like it, I'll throw it out to the group to give their opinions, to give their thoughts, to give their takes. So that's your homework assignment for the rest of the day. Okay, you can text it whenever. You can text it at whenever, 715-830-1912. But this is your opportunity to come up like, hey, I've been thinking about this. What does everybody else think? What does everybody else think? I want to get the experts' advice out there. So we'll get to that coming at you, and that'll be all day tomorrow. So you got something, send it wrong. It is also a Am I Wrong Wednesday. Think about, this is your other assignment, kiddos. Think about a quarterback. Think about a statement, a sports opinion, a sports statement that you would say, am I wrong at the end? Something you truly believe, something that you think is true, is fact, your opinion is right, and you'd sit there and say, am I wrong? Am I wrong for thinking people are completely off that Matt LaFleur is on the hot seat? Am I wrong for thinking that every road team is going to win this? Something like that. Okay? Something like that. So think about that for the, I guess, a little less than 24 hours. You can text those on whenever you want to. So just saw it. How about this little fun nugget? Didn't really talk a whole lot of Bucks today, but this was from Bucks Lead. Over the last decade, Giannis leads the NBA in most points scored, most field goals made, most 20-point games, most 30-point games, most 20-10 games, most 30-10 games, most 30-10-5 games, most 30-15 games. That's insane. Last decade. Not last 5 years. Not last couple years. Last decade. 10 years. Since 2015. Not LeBron. I think the Joker's got to be approaching that. But the last 10 years, Giannis, man. That's amazing. Bucks will be back in action tomorrow night. Again, they began that West Coast trip against the Kings. Things are going to get really tough now, though, for the Bucks here. You got Warriors tomorrow. You got the Lakers Friday. You got the Nuggets on Sunday. You're back home against the Timberwolves. Then you got to go to the Spurs. Then you're facing Atlanta. And then you got the Thunder and the Nuggets. And speaking of Atlanta, the team that Milwaukee's battling with for that final playoff spot, according to reports right now, Atlanta and Trae Young's agents potentially working on a trade. All right. I'll throw it out there. Trae Young with the Bucks. Maybe if it costs a Kevin Porter Jr. or a Ryan Rollins and a Kyle Kuzma. Be willing to give up a pack. It probably would cost more plus draft picks and that, but I'm just saying if it's had to include at least those two guys, Trae Young and Giannis. I don't even know if that's possible, if that's even a thing out there, but why not? Look at the differences, though, right? I mean, Atlanta's right there. And they were a team off-season, making some moves, too, and here we got Trae Young might be traded. NBA. I don't get it sometimes, but it is what it is. All right, shot clock's cutting me off right now. Have a good rest of your day. If the roads are still slippery out there, finally said it. Be careful. Looks like it's a little foggy out there, too. I'm looking at the TV in the wax studio over there. Looks like it's a little foggy out there, so lights on, all right? Be safe. Drive careful. Same place, same time tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. We'll chat with you then.